All right, welcome, welcome. We're going to get started here tonight. Where am I? I don't know, there's a lot of former mayors here. Maybe I'll turn it over to one of you. All right, Liz, we got to get going. I think Liz is going to take the mayor's spot. We're going to get going right now.
No, I'll get them all as I can.
All right.
Don't get up.
For some reason, is there a sound adjustment on this? Because mine is very low. For some reason, it's very, we'll see. Okay. All right, I'm going to call to order this special meeting of the Palo Alto City Council, the meeting of March 23rd, 2026. Madam Clerk, would you kindly call the roll?
Of course. Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Here.
Councilmember Rectal.
Here.
Councilmember Lowing.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Mayor Vinker.
Here.
Councilmember Liu.
Here.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Here.
For the record, all present.
Thank you. And it is my significant honor to move to item 1, our special order of the day, a proclamation recognizing March as Women's History Month. And I am so delighted that you all have joined us today here in chambers and online. Women are half the population. We are not a minority. Yet we are far from half the pages in our history books. Progress has come, but it has been slow and hard-fought. In 1862, almost a century after this nation's founding, women were allowed to claim land in their own name under the Homestead Act. Since 1920, we have had women's suffrage when the 19th Amendment was passed, ensuring women have the right to vote. Some view that as under attack these days. Prior to 1974, when the Equal Credit Opportunity Act passed, a woman could not open a bank account, apply for a credit card, or get a home loan without the permission of her husband. And if she didn't have a spouse, she would be refused unless accompanied by a male cosigner. And Equal Pay Day, the day that symbolizes how many extra days into the new year women have to work to earn what men earned the prior year, hasn't happened yet this year. This year, Equal Pay Day falls later this week on March 26th, a day later than in 2025, and only 16 days before the first Equal Pay Day 30 years ago on April 11th, 1996. This means that the current gender pay gap is that women who work full-time earn 81% of what men earn, and part-time and seasonal workers earn 76% of what their male counterparts earn. And Black women's Equal Pay Day is not until July 21st. And Native women's Equal Pay Day does not happen until November 19th. Nevertheless, we persist. Nevertheless, we remain hopeful. Nevertheless, we continue to show up, share our skills, and prove our worth. But it helps if you have role models. Some say you can't be it if you can't see it. So tonight, we say you can be it if you do see it. And that is why we are lifting up those who have gone before, preparing the way, blazing the trails, and inspiring us to take it to the next level. And it is important to note that while history has been written largely in binary terms, when we say women, we have an inclusive definition that accepts all who identify as women and non-binary people who identify as other than men. So, I am absolutely thrilled that so many women leaders accepted my invitation to be here tonight so that we can see you, thank you, and write the next chapter in your honor. So first, I'm going to name in reverse order, so most recent to least recent, former women council members and mayors. And so please stand if you are able and present when your name is called. So, starting with most recent is Allison Cormack, who served from 2018 to 22, Lydia Koo, who served from 2016 to 2020 and was mayor in 2023, Nancy Shepard, who is here and served from 2010 to 2014 and was mayor in 2014. Gail Price, who served from 2010 to 2014. Karen Holman, who served from 2010 to 2019 and was mayor in 2015. LaDoris Cordell, who served from 2004 to 2008. Yuriko Kishimoto, who served from 2002 to 2010 and was mayor in 2007. Hillary Freeman, who is here, who served from 2002 to 2006. Betsy Bechtel, 2000 through 2008, and mayor in 1983. Judy Kleinberg, 2000 to 2008, mayor in 2006. Nancy Lytle, 2000 to 2004. Dina Mosser, from 1998 till 2008, mayor in 2003. Sandra Eakins, 1997 to 2001, mayor in 2001. Mickey Schneider, 1994 to 2000. Lainey Wheeler, 1992 to 2001, mayor in 1996. Liz Niss, 1990 to 2002 and 2012 to 2020, mayor in 1994, 2000, and 2018. Jean McCown, 1990 to 1998, mayor in 1993. Gail Woolley, 1984 to 1986, and 1988 to 1992, mayor, 1987. Frances Brenner, 1977 to 1981. Ellen Fletcher, 1977 to 1989. And Tennyson, 1975 to 1985. Emily Renzel, 1971 to 1992. Sylvia Seaman, 1971 to 1973. Enid Pearson, 1965 to 1975. Thank you so much. You are our first serving, still living female city council member. So yes. And since you've been standing a while, I'm going to just name the names in reverse order of the remaining women. Frances Diaz, who was our first mayor, 1961 to 1971. Mildred Corcoran, 1953 to 1959. Frances Murner, 1937 to 1953. Margaret Thomas, 1925 to 1931. Josephine Duveneck, 1923 to 1927, and our first woman council member, Emma Blair, 1919 till 1925. Let's give all of these women a wonderful hand of applause. Thank you so much for your service to our city. I also just want to recognize that currently, we have some other electeds in attended. We have Supervisor Margaret Abikoga, who will be speaking a little later. We have Foothill and De Anza Community College District Board President Terry Godfrey. And do we have, I know a couple of our school board members couldn't make it, but we currently have 3 women school board members, Shauna Siegel, Allison Kamai, and Rowena Chu. I don't know if any of you are here. Let us know. Okay, I know there were a couple of conflicts. Are there any other electeds I have missed, female electeds? Okay, well, we appreciate you. I also want to recognize the City of Palo Alto's women executive and leadership team members, starting with our city clerk, Ayun, right here. And we thank you for your service. We also have Assistant City Manager Noze. I don't know if you're here. Stand if you are, in the back. Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines, I see you. CFO Lauren Lai, I don't know if you're here. We also have Communications Director Horrigan Taylor, Community Services Department Director O'Kane, I see you. And our Library Services Director Kant. Have I missed anybody in our ELT? No, so thank you for enriching our city. Also, I believe Dr. Betty Noel Pierre, head of school at Castillejo, is going to join us. Do I see? Oh, there you are. Yes, thank you for being here. We have Christina Hood, who's the Chamber of Commerce Board President and head of Women in Enterprise. Christina. And if there are any representatives of the League of Women Voters or the Women's Club, the Palo Alto Women's Club, please let me know. You can stand. Oh, there we are. Thank you so much for being here tonight. We do thank you all for your leadership, for being role models, and for enriching our city. And now that we've met these women, Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, would you please read the proclamation? Do you have the proclamation? Sure, okay.
This is a proclamation in honor of Women's History Month 2026. Whereas Women's History Month is a time to recognize and celebrate the vital contributions of women throughout our nation's history and to honor the leaders, trailblazers, and community builders who have defined our civic institutions, strengthened our democracy, and shaped our communities. And whereas women have made significant contributions to Palo Alto for over a century, for example, during Palo Alto's formative years, the Women's Club of Palo Alto served as an important forum for public leadership at a time when women were not yet eligible to vote or hold political office. The Women's Club contributed to the establishment of local schools, community beautification efforts, street tree planting, and the founding of the Palo Alto Library. And whereas members of the Women's Club of Palo Alto, including suffrage advocates Alice Park and Emily Pardee Carnes Dixon, reflected the long tradition of women's civic leadership by helping lead the successful local campaign supporting California women's right to vote in 1911. And whereas the city of Palo Alto has also been shaped by the generosity of local philanthropist Lucy Stern, who in the 1930s commissioned the creation of enduring community institutions, including the Lucy Stern Community Center, the Lucy Stern Community Theater, the Palo Alto Children's Theater, the Children's Library, and the Boy Scouts Fire Circle, which continue to serve as vibrant gathering places for arts, education, and community connection. And whereas the city of Palo Alto has benefited from the leadership, service, and vision of female Palo Alto City Council members for more than a century, beginning with Emma Blair, 1919 to 1925, Josephine Duveneck, 1923 to 1927, Margaret Thomas, 1925 to 1931, and Frances Murner, 1937 to 1953, whose service opened the doors for future generations of women in local government. And whereas, over the decades, women have continued to serve the city of Palo Alto with distinction, including Frances Diaz, who made history as the city's first woman mayor in 1966, 12 additional women who have since held the office of mayor, and 15 more women council members whose leadership helped advance policies, strengthen neighborhoods, support education and families, protect open space, inspire future generations of women, and guide the city through periods of growth and change. And whereas these leaders, along with numerous women city staff members, including June Fleming, Palo Alto's first woman city manager, have helped shape Palo Alto's commitment to civic engagement, sustainability, education, public safety, inclusion, and innovation. And whereas Women's History Month also provides an opportunity to recognize women from many fields whose contributions have enriched the cultural, civic, and economic life of Palo Alto, including pioneer and businesswoman Juana Briones de Miranda, Stanford chemist and Nobel laureate Carolyn Bertozzi, artist Joan Baez, Palo Alto Research Center groundbreaking computer scientists Lynn Conway and Adele Goldberg, Asian Americans for Community Involvement co-founder and Asian Women's Home founder Mary Chan Side, Judge Ladoris Cordell, physician Sarah Cody, hockey gold medalist Hillary Knight, and many more educators, nonprofit leaders, business owners, engineers, artists, athletes, public servants, caregivers, community volunteers, and stewards of the home. Now, therefore, Vicki Vinker, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the entire City Council, does hereby proclaim March 2026 as Women's History Month in the City of Palo Alto, and encourages all residents to honor the legacy of women past and present, to celebrate their contributions and achievements, and to continue advancing equity, opportunity, and full participation for women and girls in our community.
Thank you. Thank you, Council Member. And at this time, I would like to invite up to the podium our District 5 County Supervisor, Margaret Abikoga, who threw a brilliant Women's History Month luncheon on Friday right here in Palo Alto. So thank you for doing that.
Well, good evening, Honorable City Council and Mayor Vinker. Thank you so much for the invitation to join you this evening in honor of Women's History Month. And it's just really an honor to be here in the presence of so many incredible women leaders in Palo Alto who've helped to shape the vision of this community. I've had the pleasure of working with many of you, and before that, as a City Council member in Mountain View, now as a supervisor, but even before that, as I worked at 698 Emerson Street for Congresswoman Eshoo in 1993, I met many of you as a young 20-something-year-old and really looked up to many of you as great role models for us women aspiring to be in public service. So I just really want to thank you so much for your inspiration, your leadership, and mentorship. So thank you for all of that. Here at the county, I'm very honored to be serving on a board of supervisors that has a supermajority of women for the first time in its history. We have 4 out of the 5 of us as women, and then we have Otto Lee, our president, we call him our girl dad. But it's just a really incredible time, and this month is really an opportunity. We had the luncheon on Friday where we honored women in District 5 who've done incredible work in our community. I'm fortunate to be the 5th female supervisor for District 5, and we actually, in our district, have had the most women to serve on the Board of Supervisors, including 2 from Palo Alto, Becky Morgan, and then, of course, Liz Niss, who's just been an incredible mentor to me, so thank you for that. And so, I know that there's been so many incredible contributions of women throughout the area. This is our opportunity. I think about the women giants who've come before me and have really blazed the path for us to walk. And I also understand that responsibility that we need to continue to do so to make sure that the pipeline continues to have strong women leaders in elected office. So I just want to thank you for the invitation. I have a presentation of a certificate of commendation in honor of Palo Alto Women's History Month, which in celebration, I'm proud to honor the women of Palo Alto whose leadership has shaped our region, among them Nonette Hanko, whose environmental advocacy gave rise to the Mid-Peninsula Regional Open Space District, preserving thousands of acres of open space across Santa Clara County, Becky Morgan, who helped create the first female majority on the Santa Clara County Board of Supervisors, before going on to the California State Senate, and then Liz Niss, who served on the Board of Supervisors. These trailblazers opened doors, broke barriers, and built institutions that continue to serve the people of Santa Clara County to this day. And so thank you so much for recognizing this important month, and thank you again to all the incredible women leaders here.
Thank you for being here. Just give that to the clerk and I'll get it later. Yeah. Thank you, Supervisor. Vice Mayor Stone, would you kindly share what other acknowledgements we have received tonight?
Yes, happy to, Madam Mayor. Unfortunately, they were not able to be here, but Representative Sam Liccardo sent a resolution as well, acknowledging the moment, as well as our state delegation from Assemblymember Berman and Senator Josh Becker. And I would just like to add my appreciation and admiration. One, it has been an honor to be able to work with our mayor and as well as Councilmember Lithcott-Hames on this dais, and to be able to see all the incredible leaders here that have both led this city and made this city what it is today, but has also been personal mentors to me as well. And just reflecting on my own life and the people that have made me the person I am today, it has always been women central to that. I just want to call out in particular former Mayor Karen Holman, who has always been my own kind of political mentor, and who, without your help, I would definitely not be here today. My own mother, who has inspired me throughout my life and inspired me into education, and my wife, Adriana, who has made me the man that I am today and inspires me to be a better man each and every moment as well. So want to appreciate all of you, and for the mayor in particular, making this happen. So thanks so much.
Well, thank you very much, Vice Mayor. So I just want to thank all of you for coming, all of you who have served on this dais before. We really have blazed a path that we aspire to honor by doing our best every day for the city that you have built for us and left such a great legacy. And with that, we will conclude with a photo, but we're going to do something unusual. We're going to take one now and one later. So we're going to take one now so you all don't have to make your way up here. I'm going to ask Councilmember Lithcott-Hames to come with me down there to get, if we can get all the former women electeds behind. We'll come there, and then when we recess, those of you who would like to come up here, because it'll take a little more time, we can get it with all of the council members and the flags and things. So we're going to take one now down here, then we'll do the rest of our business, including the consent calendar and our action item. And then when we break for our reception, we'll take a little photo up here first. So give us a minute. We're going to go hop down there and come with you and take a photo there. All right, friends, we're going to get going on the rest of this so we can get to our reception. Colleagues, if you could come back to the dais, please. I knew this wouldn't go fast, but we're way. All right, so moving on to our next item, agenda changes, additions, and deletions. Mr. City Manager, are there any?
We have no changes this
Thank
evening,
you.
Mayor.
Moving on to our consent calendar. Is there any public comment on our consent calendar?
No, Mayor, we have no requests to speak on consent calendar items 2 through 5.
Okay, if you all can hear me, we'll just keep going. Are there any no votes, requests to pull, recusals, or a motion to approve the consent calendar? Motion?
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
Thank you, council members Liu and Lowing. And with that, Madam Clerk, if you could call the roll on the consent calendar.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Liu?
Yes.
Councilmember Burt? Yes. Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you very much. So we will move on to our sole action item of the night, which I note is what's standing between us and the reception. And that is the first reading, adoption of an ordinance to amend Chapter 9.73 of the Palo Alto Municipal Code to adopt a local policy to implement the foundational principles of the United Nations Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, otherwise known as CEDAW, as recommended by the Policy and Services Committee. Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines.
Good evening, Mayor Vinker and City Council. Thank you for having the time for this item this evening. I will briefly talk about what the background is on this and then hand it over to the mayor, who was also the chairperson of the Policy and Services Committee when this item was heard last year. So Oh, yes, and we have our staff attorney who drafted this ordinance, and I'd want to make sure that we introduce him as well. Please, Kyle, excuse me for doing that.
Yes, thank you, Deputy City Manager. Mayor Vinker, I would like to introduce to the council our municipal law fellow, Scott Pease, who assisted the Deputy City Manager in preparing the ordinance before you tonight. Mr. Pease has been with our office since September of 2024. But this is his first appearance here at council's table before the council. So I just wanted to introduce you all to him.
Thank you, City Attorney, and welcome to Chambers, Mr. Pease. I had the pleasure of meeting you earlier, but we're glad you're here tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, and sorry for overlooking that for a moment. Scott did all the work on this, so we want to make sure that he gets his credit. So the CEDAW's Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, it's an international human rights treaty adopted by the UN in 1979. It focuses on eliminating discrimination against women and girls in political, economic, social, and cultural life. This is an item that had previously come through our Human Relations Commission, and then it went to Policy and Services Committee, and then to City Council, back to Policy and Services Committee, and then now to the full City Council for adoption. The ordinance that is in front of you is focused on items over which the City of Palo Alto has jurisdiction. There are other pieces that have been in other CEDAW ordinances at the county and other levels related to healthcare and other topics, but we really tried to focus on areas that we had influence and specific power over. And I wanted to link this back to the Equity Action Plan and our Wellness and Belonging efforts. This is item 3.4, which is really intended to adopt this ordinance and then begin to implement it. This is not one particular topic assigned to one particular staff person. We are folding this into work that is happening at the city, and we can speak to any questions that come up on that. So the Policy and Services Committee heard this in December and recommended unanimously for the City Council's approval, wanting to have this as an action item so that the City Council can have the opportunity to sort of celebrate the milestone that we're hitting together. And with that, I will turn it over to Mayor Vinker as previous chair of the committee.
Thank you. Well, it was my pleasure last year as Chair of Policy and Services to chair the meeting where we considered this as a committee. And it was, surprising, I guess, to hear the lengthy journey it had taken to get to us, although it was a good journey because there were many stops along the way where it was affirmed that these are principles that matter to our city and values that we want to live into. The convention and the proposed ordinance, there are many different pieces of it, some of which do not align well with the jurisdiction of the city, others of which we are opting to refer to the Human Resources Commission, at least that would be my suggestion, to figure out the specifics. But we, tonight, what's before us is to consider adopting this ordinance as a foundation for doing that, for figuring out how to do all the things to address what I described in my statement with respect to the proclamation, so that someday the mayor will sit here and not have current facts like that. It will all be women's history, and it will not be women's present. So these are various, this is a foundational statement of principles that we aspire to equity and equality, and there are many ways to live into that. So as the Deputy City Manager mentioned, certain things were carved out, like healthcare. That's something that's done at the county, but not here. And then some other things were added to make it a little more specific, like childcare, which we do here and is very needed here, and we appreciate our community partners who augment that. There is more. So some wanted more, some wanted less. The Policy and Services recommendation is before you tonight, and I encourage you to join me in voting for it. And before I move to public comment, I want to ask my colleagues who were on the Policy and Services Committee last year if they have any additional statements. Vice Mayor or Councilmember Liu? Vice Mayor Stone?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I mean, as you said, it's been a long time coming. It's great to finally get this passed tonight, but as discussed in PNS, this is not the end. This is really the beginning of this incredibly important work. And I do think, as the mayor outlined, one of the most important kind of referrals out of Policy and Services was to refer this to the Human Relations Commission to really explore strategies and policies to be able to implement this ordinance. That way to really make sure too that this is not just merely a symbolic gesture, but a way to really actually achieve those intended results of CDAW. So I just want to appreciate staff for bringing this forward and my colleagues on PNS for enthusiastically supporting this, and I'm confident we're going to move this forward, and looking forward to the HRC being strong partners, as well as hopefully everyone in the room, because this is going to be a community effort as well to make sure that not only do we pass the policy, but that we live it and breathe it every day as a community.
Thank you. And colleagues, other comments before I move to public comment? We'll have a chance for everyone to speak thereafter. Is it? Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes, would you? I see your light
Could
on.
you tell? Thank you. I didn't know if I put my light on. I appreciate it. I want to give a shout out to former HRC Commissioner Stephen D. Lee. He's in the room, and when I was serving on the Policy and Services Committee in the year 2024, Mr. Lee reached out to me and said, you got to get him to focus on CDAW again. And I was like, what? Because if you've not heard the term CDAW, it doesn't roll off your tongue, it doesn't sound right to the ear. I didn't know what he was talking about. And so he sent me a few links, and I had to look it up and learn what it was, and began to appreciate the process through which this effort has wended its way through various levels of city government and conversation for many years. And so in conversation with Deputy City Manager Cotton Gaines, we helped percolate it to the top of a very, very full work plan, and making sure that it was part of the race and equity effort. And so I want to commend Mr. Lee, Ms. Cotton Gaines. This is a good idea, a very long time in coming, and it takes persistent effort on the part of those who've been a part of it in the past to make sure it threads its way through new leadership into the present. So thank you to both of you for helping get us to this point.
I will say, plus one to that. I was going to save my accolades for later, but I will just pile on by saying well said, and I agree, and thank you so much to both our staff member, Deputy City Manager, and to our strong ally, Stephen Lee. All right, so with that, Madam Clerk, let's move to public comment.
We have 4 requests to speak. Our first speaker is Roberta A.
Is this on? Thank you. My name is Roberta Alquist. I'm a part of the coalition of people who've been working for almost 9 years now. 9 years. That's outrageous. We support this. We hope you will vote for it. We find it very thin. If you look at any of the other CDA documents in the state, or even in Northern California, you will see, for instance, that some cities have a 26 to 30-page CDA document. Ours is a paltry 3 pages. We want this adopted in any case, and we hope that after it's adopted that the Human Relations Commission or Committee and others deepen it and make sure that it's much more inclusive than it currently is, even asking for input from the women leadership in the union, SEIU, that's here, and I don't see that they've been a part of this at this point, but I know that they would like to see it strengthened as well. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Sandra B.
Takes me a while, I walk with a cane. Thank you for having me. I'm here as well to support exactly, sorry. I have such a loud voice, I usually don't need the note. But anyhow, I'm going to be very brief because all I have to say is I totally support, and it sounds from earlier in your meeting that everyone here also is going to support the passing of this incredible proposition. Thank you. Bye. Took me longer to get here, didn't it?
Our next speaker is Cheryl S.
Good evening, councillors and the audience here. You have seen me many times over the past 8 years, standing in front of you, asking for this ordinance. So I'm delighted that the Policy and Services Committee saw fit to send it to you, and I do hope that you will adopt it this evening, even though, as my colleague in the coalition, the Cities for CEDAW coalition, that it is a bit weak compared to many other ordinances by other cities. And we appreciate that the Human Relations Commission has been charged to implement this ordinance, and so we will be watching them very carefully, attending their meetings where it's appropriate to make sure that it is implemented. And lastly, I would like to say that this is not the last time you're going to see me, because I have another project that I'm going to bring to your attention, which is the absolute need to abolish nuclear weapons. And I will be asking you to pass a Mayors for Peace resolution that says that the city of Palo Alto thinks that nuclear weapons should be abolished. You will see me for that on another occasion. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Helen.
My name is Helen Young. I've been working on, thank you. My name is Helen Young. I've been working on
getting CEDAW passed as an ordinance since I returned from the Beijing Women's Conference in 1995. I said then, I hope to live to see it pass the Palo Alto City Council, and I'm hoping tonight that that will happen. This is something that we've needed for so long. We passed the resolution many years ago, but the resolution has no teeth, and I hope tonight you'll give it the teeth that it needs to really do the job that's necessary. Thank you.
And that concludes public comment on action item 6.
All right, well, thank you. And thank you to the Cities for CEDAW. Thank you to the coalition, Cheryl, Sandra, Roberta, Helen for that great comment about Beijing. We really appreciate all the work you've done for years also to lift this up and keep it going and keep it in front of us so that we can consider it tonight. Colleagues, do you have any comments or questions or a motion? Councilmember Liu.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll just briefly comment. I am very glad to advance this. I am very grateful as well to previous councils, Human Relations Commission members, and advocates. I've thought a lot about gender equality in public and private spheres, especially since the first Women's March nearly a decade ago. And as a city council, we should inspire to be the strongest advocates and for the city to be the strongest employer it could be. Recently, I've been talking with Mayor Vinker, and particularly we've been discussing childcare, which includes infant care, preschool, and after-school programs. Childcare, of course, is still a significant obstacle for families, and there are clear opportunities, I believe, for the city to improve supply and access. So we are still in early stages of conversation, but we're excited to work with council and the community to shape some real policy changes in the childcare front as soon as we can. And I hope I can work with folks on this soon. So thank you.
Councilmember Lowing.
Thanks very much. I want to apologize to all the women and citizens to whom this has taken a very long time. That is that song that you were quoting, right? Where it took a long time coming, but we're here. And I want to give credit to and kudos to last year's P&S chair, our mayor, and her colleagues, Stone and Liu, because in addition to saying this ratifies current city practice, they recognize that that's not enough. And they made specific directions to our HRC Commission, which is a terrific body of very thoughtful people who really want to enact things, and that's going to happen. So if any of you read the staff report and said this ratifies current practice, you'd say, why are we here? But we're here to get even more specific at the sort of the program and tactical level to make sure that this just actually seeps into our whole process and culture here in the city. So thanks to the three of you, and I'm completely and highly in support of this.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah. My mother was a very good, very strong person, and she went door to door in the 70s getting support for the Equal Rights Amendment. And so that was one of her bigger regrets in life, that never got ratified. So she'd be very proud that we did this. She would also say, what took so long? But we're moving in the right direction, better slow than not at all, but I would have liked to see this move faster. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, I'd just first like to echo my colleagues' comments, and like Councilmember Rectal and probably many of us, and my focus on public service was inspired by my mother, who was both a mentor teacher, nationally recognized, and very active in county Democratic and state Democratic policies on the County Central Committee, the state Central Committee, and co-chaired Robert Kennedy's Northern California campaign after working on Jack Kennedy's campaign while raising 5 rambunctious kids and being a coach's spouse. So I've been in awe of how women and mothers can do it all. And it continues to be, I think, the foundation for what inspires many of us. And I did want to just call out a couple other of our women in our history that didn't get the recognition earlier that I was thinking about. Rose Bird and Esther Clark, Sarah Wallace, who was a suffrage leader here. And yes, we recognize Joan Baez, but we also had Grace Slick. So thank you.
Thank you for that. So I'm going to move that, I see your light on. Do you need to speak now? I'm sorry. Yeah, it is. Do you need to speak now? Okay, go ahead. Councilmember Lithcott Hames.
Thank you. And I spoke before, I just wanted to be sure to give a shout out to the folks I did, but I want to add that as a Gen Xer, I am part of the generation, and many of us here are part of the generation where our moms and dads, if we had 2 parents in hetero families, they were working. We were the first generation to be raised by moms who were in the workforce, and my mom was no exception. And I can't help but think of her tonight. She died a year ago, was an active member of the League of Women Voters here. And her passion for justice and equity and equal rights and uplifting and raising the voices of those whose voices are often not heard is something that I remember her being all about, even in my earliest childhood. It was the 70s, and I remember her fervent effort around women's lib, as it was called then, and many of us remember that term and what that was about, the imagery and the iconography and so on. And, you know, to be a little person raised in that era when these barriers were being, transcended was quite inspiring. So this particular measure is an important next step for us. Others have said it's not enough, and others have pointed out that it took a long time to get this far. So I'm grateful that we're here and look forward to continuing to do the work with all of you.
Thank you, Council Member. So I will move that Council adopt the ordinance to implement the foundational principles of CEDAW, and that we refer to the Human Relations Commission to do additional work on effectuating this ordinance and provide recommendations back to Council, further advancing the ordinance and inclusive of appropriate housing options for unhoused individuals and individuals who experience sexual or gender-based violence, and childcare. Is there a second? Second. Thank you, Council Member. Is there further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, we'll stall for a moment so the City Clerk can type all of that stuff I just said. Sorry, City Clerk, I did not send you that in advance.
And if I can use this moment to actually just appreciate the other team members that worked on this, especially Ms. Sandra Blanche and her Assistant Director, Nick Raish, as well as other department directors and our Human Services team. So just wanted to share that it's a team effort.
Thank you for doing it. It usually is, and including our City Attorney's team here and our Mr. Pease. So thank you for naming them. Madam Clerk, I can repeat some of that if helpful. To do additional work, let's say to provide recommendations back to Council relating to, and then you can pick up with advancing the ordinance. I want to make sure they come back here. Yeah, advancing. I think that's it. All right. Seeing no further lights, would you kindly call the roll for adopting the CEDA ordinance?
Absolutely. Councilmember Rectal?
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames?
Yes, and I was the seconder, just to note.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
Vice Mayor Stone?
Yes.
Mayor Vinker?
Yes.
Councilmember Lou?
Yes.
Councilmember Lowing?
Yes.
Councilmember Burton?
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
We did it. All right, so with that, we will recess, and we have a reception out in the front, just off the lobby, for a short while, and I invite all our former electeds, if you want to make your way up to the dais, we'll get a fancy photo up here, and then we will join everyone out at the reception. So thank you all, and we will be back here at what time, Madam Clerk? 6:30?
6:30.
6:30 for our board and commission interviews. Thank you all. So now we're going to move on to special order of the day, which is to interview candidates for vacancies on the Human Relations Commission, Planning and Transportation Commission, and Utilities Advisory Commission. Madam Clerk, do you have any preliminaries? Sometimes you do, or should we just jump in?
We can go ahead and jump right in unless council would like a quick recap.
I think we're good.
Okay, sounds good. Well, our first candidate is here in chambers. I will just note that each candidate is scheduled for 10-minute interviews. Candidates will have the opportunity to summarize their experience. Then we'll turn it over to council members for questions, and if there's any time remaining, the candidate can then make a closing statement. So our first candidate, we will be interviewing first for the Human Relations Commission, Utilities Advisory Commission, and then the Planning and Transportation Commission. So,
yeah, and I was just going to note that this is for one partial term on the HRC, what we're starting with, which I think is 7 months through October 31st. And we have 3 applicants, no incumbents. Is that correct?
That is correct. Okay. So our first candidate being interviewed this evening is Ellen Bobb.
Welcome, and as the clerk just described, we'll give you 10 minutes, but we'll invite you to start with a couple of minutes of whatever you'd like to open with, and then I'll open it up to my colleagues to ask questions. And we have a syncing mic, sorry.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to be interviewed by all of you for the position on the Human Relations Commission. I have been interested in figuring out how to help people get along and to cross boundaries in recognition of what unites us rather than what separates us for my whole life. When I was the functions commissioner at Los Altos High, our chess team qualified to go to the national tournament. I approached the head of the cheerleaders and the leader of the pep band to send the chess players off with a pep rally like we would do for the football team. I got some funny looks, but I was able to organize a full-on pep rally during brunch to send our team off with joy. And I've been crossing lines to bring people together ever since. I ran a small business downtown at the corner of Forest and High over there for 25 years. I learned to ask questions to understand what a customer was really looking for. This skill was enhanced when I volunteered for the Palo Alto Mediation Project and took a 40-hour training. I learned to listen to what was really important, not just what people say they wanted. Through my work at Congregation Etz Chaim, I learned close up about some of the needs of our unhoused and financially vulnerable neighbors. We worked together with the council and Move Mountain View to implement the safe parking program. Every Friday for the last few years, we've hosted a food giveaway in partnership with St. Andrew's Church and Second Harvest that serves 400 to 500 households every week. My worldview was expanded as I've listened to some of the clients' stories. The HRC has worked on some of the biggest challenges facing our city. In the past few years, through listening sessions, facilitated meetings, and recommending council policy. I participated in one such facilitated meeting between the police department and the houses of worship. Police leadership really listened to community concerns and explained what they could do to help. It made such a big difference when I needed to call the police department for support when there were suspicious objects in our synagogue parking lot. The HRC work plan, which will be presented to the council soon, addresses some of our most salient challenges. I feel prepared to work on any and all of them as I am needed. In addition to my mediation training, I have over the years taken training in suicide prevention, mental health first aid, situational awareness, stop the bleed, gun violence prevention, and just yesterday, nonviolent engagement and de-escalation. I believe all this training, combined with a lifetime of experience of listening to people and bringing them together, makes me ready to be a constructive member of the commission. I've been deeply inspired, as I'm sure many of you are, by the residents of Minneapolis standing up together to support their immigrant neighbors. I wonder, would Palo Altans be able to unite and be so neighborly? I like to think so. I believe we have so much more in common than what keeps us apart. We were all attracted to this vibrant, multicultural city. The motto on our national seal is E pluribus unum, out of many, one. It's a beautiful aspiration. I believe the HRC actively contributes to every Palo Alton feeling safe and respected. I would like to be on that team. I look forward to answering your questions.
Well, thank you very much for applying and for those comments. Colleagues, who has any questions for Ms. Bob? Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and hi, Ellen. Thanks for applying. What do you think is the single most important issue facing the HRC, and how would you contribute to addressing it if you were a commissioner?
I can't do that. Like, I'm one of these people who really thinks that we can handle more than one priority at once, right? So to say that mental health is more important than homelessness, when they're so connected, right? And we're looking at this development on San Antonio Road, right? Like, you have to think about equity in terms of income. You have to think about accessibility in terms of disability. You have to think, you can't just separate these. And I think the work plan that the HRC is going to bring to the council in a few weeks, it's a 5-part work plan. Mental health, community safety, community engagement, housing, the core responsibilities with the funding. I think a 7-person commission can pay attention to those 5 things all at once.
So maybe a follow-up, because generally the commission kind of breaks itself up into different ad hocs, and commissioners sort of take different leadership roles on. Is there then a particular issue that you could see yourself volunteering to kind of take a lead on the commission, and why?
I know this is not what you're looking for, but the answer is any of them. So the way it's divided up right now, it seems there's openings in mental health, engagement, and CEDA. I could work on any of those. Those are all things that I have experience in and I care about. I think when you're looking at this big overarching goal of safety and respect, everything is connected back to that.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Bob, for applying. Appreciate it. I'm interested in your, sounds like decades-long commitment to helping people reach across differences and achieve solutions to big problems. And I wonder if you could give us a specific example of helping somebody or helping a community come to greater connectedness and camaraderie amid difference. So when there's been differences of opinion, polarizing views. Can you give an example of?
Well, I think bringing the safe parking to the synagogue parking lot is a good one, because there were a lot of different people who had concerns, right? The synagogue abuts against a fence, which has people in single-family homes on the other side of the fence, right? How would they be impacted by people sleeping in the parking lot? The synagogue shares a parking lot with St. Andrew's Church. How would that impact their operations? We share a building with Spark Church. So there were a lot of different people, and then you also have your ideas about how things are and then how things really are. So our assumption was that the committee at the synagogue was that having a parking lot on Alma would be the perfect place for women and women with children, because it's so exposed, it doesn't feel creepy, and that some of the other parking lots on the middle field are behind the churches, so it's very dark. Right, so we thought, Alma would be great. And it turned out, that the women felt exposed. So I think one of the challenges is to be ready to listen and pivot as you learn more, when you're just making assumptions about what people need and what people want. And, sometimes you just have to ask them.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thank you for applying. You clearly have a wide breadth of lifetime experiences and point on to a lot of things that we're dealing with on HRC. And without trying to narrow this too much, do you think there's some particular sort of superwoman power that is your sort of distinctive, I don't want to say brand, but...
I mentioned this in my application, but I really am very proud of my ability to bring people to consensus. It's, a particular skill, and, it's something I've always been pretty good at, but I really learned concrete skills when I studied mediation. And then I use it in groups. And so, for example, you're having trouble getting somewhere, I can say to people, okay, we agree on this. And what I see is we still need to talk more about that, right? And by being able to point out the things that we agree on, everybody starts relaxing, right? And they're like, oh, we may be able to get through this challenging discussion because we actually do share some basic assumptions.
Thank you.
All right, and you have a little over a minute to answer a question from Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. Thank you for applying. In your application on sort of specific goals, you mentioned that you'd like to see more meetings between communities and entities who are in tension with each other. So I'd love to give you the chance to expand on that and talk about your goals or ideas for how that could work.
It's going to be hard to predict which communities are going to be in tension with each other, right? Like, I don't think any of us would have predicted in 2020 Chinese people would be being packed on the street because of COVID, right? That there would be a war between Israel and Palestine and that it would overflow in the way it did into our community. So I can't say exactly what that's going to be, but like, just for example, pick RV dwellers and the people who live in the RV dweller neighborhood. Like, I think it would be really valuable for people to meet each other, because once you meet each other and you hear each other's stories, you're much less scary. And you can begin to think about solutions of, this is the thing that really bothers me. This is the thing I'm really scared about. But until you actually talk to each other and you're just working from these assumptions, right? Like, we can't move forward.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you very much for applying and for being here tonight. And with that, we will move on to our next applicant, Rona Hu. Is Rona on Zoom or here?
Correct, Rona Hu is online, and I am
There I am. Hi.
There you are. Well, welcome. As you've heard, we have 10 minutes if you'd like to take the first couple or however long to give us a preliminary comments. We will then ask you questions for the rest of the time. So welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you. My name is Rona Hu. I'm a psychiatrist and a professor at the School of Medicine at Stanford. Let's see. I joined Stanford faculty in 1998, and I spent a little time living on campus, but after that, entirely in Palo Alto. I can separate into a couple of different areas. As a psychiatrist, I see patients all day, every day. I was initially recruited as the medical director of the acute inpatient unit at Stanford Hospital, where I was for 20 years medical director. And previous, there were 12 medical directors in 20 years, which either means I'm very stubborn or something. And then during the pandemic, I was associate dean for the School of Medicine for 2.5 years. I am also, in some of my other roles, the mother of a 23-year-old who went to Palo Alto schools throughout. And she had a mental health diagnosis. She's doing very well now. But she's on the autism spectrum, and she's about to graduate from University of California. Among the various things that I've done has been to try to bring people together, including I was commended by the city of Half Moon Bay when I went out every day after the mass shooting there to help with the farm workers. I do speak Mandarin Chinese. I also speak Italian well enough to be a citizen if I had ancestry, which I don't. And I also speak French and English. I think because we have only a few minutes, I'll go straight to questions because I think that's probably more interesting than hearing me recite my CV.
All right, well, thank you very much for that. Colleagues, who would like to go first? Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Hu, for applying. I have to say at the outset, I think I have been in the audience at a Dance Connection production of The Nutcracker when you were dancing in it with your family. My daughter, who's 24, is part of Dance Connection, so we
Yes.
overlapped. And
Yes.
thank you for your service in that regard. I was intrigued that you said that your friend, dear friend and longtime friend and colleague, Dr. Shashank Joshi, mentioned this opportunity to you and encouraged you to apply. And I wonder if you could say more about what it is specifically in this moment, what you've learned from that conversation with him that really made you say, just, on top of everything else I'm doing, it's time for me to try to put my hat in the ring and serve my city in this way.
Thank you. When I heard about this, my first thought was to say that Dr. Joshi should do it. We go back a long way, and from the beginning of when I arrived in Palo Alto, I was asked by the school district to talk with parents. I've done programs, both traditional PowerPoint presentations to parents, but also started a theater group specifically to do a version 1.0 or a version 2.0. And we've been doing that actually all over the country on Zoom or in person. Just last weekend, we did a version in Korean for parents in Michigan. So even though I'm not a child psychiatrist, Dr. Joshi has often asked me for help and collaboration in things involving parents of teenagers. I'm not myself a child psychiatrist, and so that's why I thought that he should do it. And I also talked with some other people who were familiar with the position, and they were helpful. I don't know if you want names, but I wanted to be thoughtful about this because I wanted to do it if I could be of help.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll ask the next question. Again, thank you for applying. You mentioned that you see mental health as a multifactorial issue, not zero-sum, that includes interfaces with many other issues, and go on to say that mental health will benefit from a host of solutions, and then there's quite a list of them, including means restriction, bullying prevention, et cetera. Could you expand a little bit on, how the multifactorial aspect of this, and how, when you're trying to address many factors at once, how do you go about that?
Yeah, I think that one can do more than one thing at a time. Sometimes one has to prioritize what now and so forth. But it is a 7-member panel, and so I would look forward to working with other people. And you can do more than one thing at once. Actually, one of the things that I learned from Half Moon Bay was that part of the psychological skills were in dealing with the farm workers, the victims themselves, but part of it was dealing with the people who were helping, and to sort of stay away from whataboutism and seeing it as a zero-sum thing. So whataboutism is when someone says, oh, let's help this group of people. Someone says, oh, but that's not helping these people. So being able to look at a lot of things at once. I've been very impressed by, what's happened with City Council looking at a lot of things. Homelessness and mental health are very, very connected. A lot of the patients that I took care of when I was medical director were marginally housed, and I know a lot of them by name. It's so I'm probably there's so many factors, and yet I think that you can look at each one and give it its due. It's a little bit like being a doctor. You have to be able to triage and focus and listen and be there.
Great, thanks very much. You have 3 minutes. I've got 2 more colleagues who want to ask you questions, and first to ring in was Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. And it's so fascinating to hear you talk about adult and youth mental health. But I also want to give you an opportunity to talk about any other issue, because I know, of course, that we'll ask you a lot of questions, and I want to let you talk to anything else you're interested in.
I would want to be able to help out in things that I'm experienced in, but also listen to opportunities in other areas that I'm less experienced in. And I would want to be able to represent, a lot of people. When the schools asked me to talk to parents, they specifically wanted me to talk with Chinese parents because I speak Chinese and I am Chinese American. And I started a clinic at Stanford specifically for Asians, where we have a lot of different language skills. And that in turn inspired other clinics with language and cultural capabilities in a lot of areas. And so, I'd like to be able to help in lots of areas, if possible.
Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, I'd just like to follow up on kind of the youth mental health issues. And to the extent you are familiar with kind of the range of initiatives that we have in the community on youth mental health, both by the city, by our various nonprofit partners in the school district, are there any that you think we should be doing more of, and any that you think we should be doing differently or in addition to what we're doing now?
Right. I'm not a one issue person, so I don't have like the single thing that we must do this or so forth. But yeah, I think that of the things that are currently available, I'm familiar with the talking about means restriction in terms of the railway crossing. I'm familiar with Alcove. I'm familiar with the JED Foundation. I'm familiar with getting county beds in Santa Clara County, and also our relationship to San Mateo County. I'm familiar with La Selva. I'm familiar with both inpatient hospitals in this whole area. So I hope, and outpatient, of course, which is the majority of it. So I hope to be helpful in any of those, all of those.
Thank you, and that was perfect timing. So I really appreciate you applying, Doctor.
Thank you.
Our next candidate is Rachel Rosenberg.
Welcome, Ms. Rosenberg, and I think you heard the drill, so I won't start that. All right, welcome, please go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Rachel Rosenberg. I'm an engineering manager at a prefab housing company, a young Palo Alton, a renter, and someone for whom serving on the HRC has been a long-time personal goal. Over the past year, I've closely followed the Commission's meetings to better understand its priorities, and since submitting my application in January, I've refined those goals to better align with the draft 2026 HRC work plan. Here's how it worked to both support the Commission and the subcommittee's broader work. Firstly, regarding our Community Engagement Subcommittee that convened a listening session on LGBTQ plus community support in February and is currently working on a community nonprofit service provider fair while concurrently researching local policies in similar cities in safe and equitable AI use, I'd aim to support those efforts, including bridging the HRC with ongoing meetings by community members like myself who are working on a Pride event. Secondly, our city's Community Mental Health Subcommittee. As a young voice in the community, I maintain how critical it is for us to follow the safety net's lead as they convene and advocate to follow through on the Blue Ribbon Youth Mental Health Force task goals. Third, our liaison role with the Agendized. Agendized provides critical feedback to the Commission each year, and I would work to strengthen this as a two-way partnership, ensuring that we not only learn from their community, but share our many resources that come our way, such as our research on AI safety. Fourth is our Emerging Needs Funds Committee. Through my various nonprofit experience, I'd help evaluate funding decision with a focus on real-world impact, operational feasibility, and efficiency, while ensuring allocated resources are reaching the communities most in need. And finally, our CDAW subcommittee, which will likely have the largest workload this year. As most California cities, such as San Francisco, use CDAW as a data tool to ensure gender equity, I'm interested in finding the most pragmatic application for Palo Alto. Lastly, I hope to apply my lived experience. I'm a bilingual Spanish speaker with close friends who are RV dwellers, and I'm eager to help the HRC liaison more closely with Buena Vista and RV communities. Being Mexican-American with Jewish heritage and Christian leanings, I bring a multicultural lens and a deep commitment to empathy, equity, and belonging that I'd be honored to further assist the city with as part of the HRC. With that, I'll welcome any follow-up questions.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, who would like to go first this time? Vice Mayor Stone.
Hi, Rizal. Thanks for applying again. I know you probably heard my question earlier, and you went through the work plan and the different things that the HRC is working on. What, in your opinion, is the single most important issue facing the HRC this year, and how would you be able to contribute to addressing that issue as a commissioner?
Personally, I think the most important one I would want to focus on is youth mental health. I think the city has made a bunch of bounds in addressing it, especially with our quick reaction to re-implement PERT and our partnership with the Jed Foundation. I do really want to help our city create that first Pride event, as I did before. So I think that would be one of my biggest goals and focuses on the HRC.
Councilmember Rectal.
Thank you for applying again. You're a renter, and so from your point of view, how is our renter protections and are there things that we could be doing better?
That's a really good question. I think there are always things we can be doing better. So far, I've been lucky to not have to experience a place where I have met that, okay, it's 30 days, now you have to move out. But I am still on a month-to-month lease without an option to extend. So I do think there is the opportunity for us to have renters feel more secure in their daily livelihood and ensure that they can have a long-term future here.
Thank you.
And I will jump in. I want to hear a little more about researching safe and acceptable AI practices. I'm curious what you think we should do first, second, and third, honestly.
Yeah, there's a lot that we need to be doing. I did notice that Palo Alto has adopted FLoC, as many cities, and I just want to make sure that we are approaching that line delicately while listening to community's feedback on this use of software within our community and how it's affecting people in their day-to-day lives and who has access to it. I think that's the biggest one. I also want to tie it back into youth mental health and mental health for all ages. I think really looking at the studies and the ongoing cases in law about AI use and how it's affecting people's will to live and just their general livelihood and how they think they are a contributing role to society would help us better influence our city policies and legislation regarding its use.
And in your view, is there a connection there with social media, and how does that play into mental health issues and things?
Yeah, there's a huge connection, I think, between AI and social media. I mean, half the times I go on it, I can't tell what's real and what's not. So I think a big part of the city is preparing our citizens and our residents to say, we're not always going to be able to tell at first glance, is this something real, and what resources they can use to address that. And if they're hearing that AI can do all of this on the social media, reiterating that they still have value in these other ways that they can apply as part of the workforce. They can work concurrently.
Thank you. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thanks very much for applying. I had some questions on, you're proposing a number of joint sessions with the Planning and Transportation Commission and in the libraries as well for, I guess, collaboration. But one of my questions on that is when you say something like we could work on alternative paths to home ownerships with the PTC, that feels very aspirational to me. So I guess the idea, my question is, where are you on the spectrum of aspirational versus we can get this done this week?
Okay, so if I understand, it's kind of realism versus aspirationalism.
Yeah, I mean, we know how hard that is. A lot of us have been on PTC and worked on that for years, and we're working on it here. And we know it's just such a financial issue. that, the latest cheap project that came for home ownership a couple weeks ago is going to be $2 million condos.
Yeah.
So how does that work out with what you think you might be able to accomplish?
That's a great question. I think there's always a balance between wanting to meet the best version of something and also be realistic in allocating our funds to where they're needed most. I think in terms of working with the PTC, as a housing engineer in the prefabricated home industry, I do know there's a lot of great technology out there and a lot of great options that can be explored to increase alternative pathways to housing. And I think with certain resources and people allocated to that job to figure those out and then propose it to City Council, we can blend that aspirationality with the funding, because we can then utilize that to our advantage to move on the next step of maybe drafting what that kind of budget would look like and what the costs would be associated with those alternative home ownerships.
Okay, and what was the library objective?
That one's mainly for AI. I think it would be really great as AI, the library, one of their goals is to kind of prepare residents for emerging technologies. I think AI would fit in that well.
All right, thank you.
Yes.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Rosenberg, thank you for reapplying. I noted in your application and also tonight you stated this beautiful fact of your existence, which is you're a Spanish speaker, you're Jewish culturally and Christian leaning. And, we all come from different places and spaces. You chose to mention it, which tells me there's something about this intersection of identities that feels relevant to you as you go about your work and as you apply for this commission. So I'm wondering if you might give us an example of how having roots in various places that maybe others don't is a skill set, is an asset. Can you give us an example of where you've shown up with those complex multiple identities and how has it been useful?
Of course. The most recent one I can think of right now is I'm from Jalisco, and just recently they took down a big cartel leader there, which had a big effect on the home state that I'm from. And I think knowing that and understanding kind of the impact and the gravity of the situation really allowed me to address other folks who are from Mexico, who have connections in Mexico, with a greater lens of empathy and understanding on their day-to-day, because, hey, it's not just an off week. There's this huge thing happening for these folks. So I think just having that knowledge and that background really prepares me to speak to more people and understand them on a greater level.
Councilmember Burt.
Yes, thanks. Can you share an example or thoughts on how you think that AI and its evolution intersects with the role of the HRC and what the HRC might be able to do to address whatever issues are involved there?
Yeah, I think going back to what we discussed a little bit previously, a great one would be a joint listening session with the library so that we can educate residents about AI, that it's a tool, it does not have feelings, it's a parrot, it will repeat things, and just to understand studies of how we're going to apply it to the city. So that can be looking out for studies that are coming out and just even locally how AI use is influencing its community through Flock or through other applications so that we can propose recommendations to City Council on how to better and safely use AI within our community.
You have 15 seconds if there's any last thought.
I'll just quickly say I want to thank you again for this opportunity. Being part of the HRC persists to be a goal of mine, and whether it's through our public parks, libraries, or listening sessions, I do think Palo Alto is a great place to be. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And that concludes our HRC interviews for the evening. Madam Clerk, UAC up next?
Yes, you are correct. UAC, Utilities Advisory Commission, and we do have our first candidate here in chambers, and that is Robert Phillips.
All right, well, while he's approaching, I will just mention that we have 3 full terms of 3 years each, at least 2 of which must be Palo Alto residents. We have 6 applicants and 3 incumbents, and here's one. You are welcome to start however you'd like.
I'll just start very briefly. I don't have a prepared statement. I am a 45-plus year resident of Palo Alto. I've had a varied career. I settled here following getting a PhD from Stanford in the general area of business analytics. I've had a varied career as an academic professor. I've taught at Stanford, but professor at Columbia University. Also at industry, where like everybody else you meet, started my own company, but also worked at Amazon, Uber, and elsewhere, and then as an author as well. I've had the privilege of serving on the UAC for the last 3 years. I think it's been a very effective commission. We've addressed a lot of interesting and somewhat challenging issues. I've also served on the budget subcommittee. I'm not quite sure enjoyed is the right word, but appreciated my time there. I have enjoyed meeting my colleagues and respect them very much. I think it is an effective commission, a very important part in Palo Alto, and would look forward to another 3 years.
Great, well, thank you. Colleagues, who would like to start with Mr. Phillips? Dr. Phillips, probably. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So I wanted to hear your thoughts on both the relationship between, the relationship between the UAC and council committees and the council as a whole. And if that's not enough, between the UAC and staff. So pick any part of that you would like to share your thoughts on what we could or should be doing differently or better.
That's a great question. I'll start with staff. I think my position is that we're in something of a governance role. We're not managing staff. We're not there to check their work. We are there to both be a liaison between the council and what the staff is doing, and it's to take a strategic view. There's always a tendency, maybe on my part and some of my fellow commissioners, to really want to dig in and understand all the details, which is great, but at the end of the day, we're not about the details, we're about the larger issues. I think the relationship with the other subcommittees of the board is an interesting one where I think it could be done better. So the last, as you know, last budget subcommittee meeting I attended as a representative of the UAC, I think that was productive, given that the issues were germane in terms of allowing the subcommittee to hear directly, not via staff, not necessarily via having to watch our admittedly extremely entertaining videos on YouTube, but hearing directly from a representative. I would like to see more of that as appropriate. I don't think we've done enough of it. And I would say the same indirectly to council, that having representatives of the UAC to give their point of view as needed in addition would be a positive step and something that's not been done enough.
Councilmember Rectal.
Thank you for reapplying. In your application, you talk about the natural gas death spiral. So what do you think we should be doing as we try to encourage people to go from natural gas to electricity?
I think the thing, this is something I've given a lot of thought to. I don't think it's going to be an immediate question because more than 80% of Palo Alto residents still have at least one gas utility, and the rate at which they are switching them out is not going to make this immediately necessary, but there is this danger that at some point, we have the smallest gas utility in the state of California with, 26,000 households. The second largest one is the city of Long Beach. And I do see we could come to a point where, it's not economically really viable to have a entire utility to support the needs. And I don't know the right number. I don't even want to speculate, where we're paying, a very small number of people who may well be some of the people in the city who are, the less advantaged, the ones who can't, afford necessarily to buy the heat pump for their house, and now they're supporting the entire salary and infrastructure for the gas on top of it. I don't have, the answer. I think one idea is at some point look at having it managed by PG&E, for example, at the point when it, becomes non-viable.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to jump in with a quick question. Well, we'll see. I'm just curious, any entity, whether it's a private corporate board or a council like ours or the UAC, I think is strongest when you have a diversity of experiences, backgrounds, perspectives, and skills. Are there any areas on UAC that you feel could benefit, like that maybe we're thin or need a little more experience or background?
And that's a great question. I think it's interesting commission because I do think everybody on the current commission does bring something. So I know you're speaking to Megan Mouter later. Obviously, she has a great water background. Utsab Gupta seems to know more about fiber to the home and that sort of thing than he has a right to admit. And he does know a ton about it. So I don't see any one thing. I think if there's one thing, I'd say the commission occasionally gets too far in the details and kind of maybe loses the strategic viewpoint, but that's not like one aspect.
Got it. Thank you. Vice Mayor Stone.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and hi, Bob. Thanks for reapplying. So many of our utility rates are outside of the city's control, but we've got some levers that we can pull. Can you talk about how you think the UAC can work with us to I guess, do our best to be able to keep those rates more manageable?
Sure. I think we have been doing that to some extent with the work that we did, that I was pretty heavily involved with on the gas COSA. More recently, looking at, instead of a 10% increase in water rates, keeping that at an 8% increase. I think, as you know, some of the key questions are your experiences with BOSCA. What leverage do we have over the SFPUC? I think, given the fragmentation, the number of issues that you guys have to deal with, for us to help keep on top of that, help inform you, bring you in when we really need, a voice at BOSCA, or hopefully someone gets some kind of response from the SFPUC on the water rates. Same on the, I think the other side is just not to fall into the trap that I think, or not to fall into the, wow, double-digit increases are always, inevitable as far as the eye can see. And, the way if we can help you figure out ways, both going externally but also internally, to help mitigate those, I think that's great. I'd look for your ideas too, of course.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. There was an interesting item that came to council and was also a split vote on the UAC about minimum purchase agreements with SFPUC, and this involved a lot of bigger threats about BOSCA. And I was curious what your take on that was. And just for context to other council members, I was just doing some quick Googling, and you were absent, which was totally fine, of course. So I'm just curious what you thought or what you would have done in that meeting.
Well, not having been at the meeting,
You were, yeah, sorry.
Well, I think that the bigger issue that's being raised here is that the relationships, there's frustration on the UAC with particularly SFPUC and to some extent with BOSCA about their lack of responsiveness. So as you know, or you may not know, but in November, they had forecast that the commodity rate for water was going to rise by 1%. It ended up rising by 7.6% in their latest, which may not even be their final. This is an enormous difference, makes planning very difficult, makes relationships difficult. Vice Mayor Stone has reached out and has been more or less rebuffed right at the edge, the letter that was sent back right at the edge of what I would consider plight. So I think a lot of what you see, and that's been in other votes too, is frustration on that without, from my point of view, a clear sense of what we can do immediately to deal with it, to deal with the issues. I think we do need to find a way to deal with them and communicate. It probably is through our colleagues at BOSCA is the right way to go about it.
Thank you.
And that is a wrap. So thank you so much. Thank you.
Right. Our next candidate is Megan Mouter.
Is she on Zoom?
Yes, she is on Zoom, and she should be able to unmute herself and
Hopefully you can hear me now. Yes, we can hear you now. Welcome. Thank you for applying. And if you'd like to start with a few minutes of comment, please go ahead.
Excellent. Well, it's my pleasure to reapply to the UAC this year. As was true of my fellow commissioner, Commissioner Phillips, I have served on the UAC for the past 3 years. And in the last year, I've served in the capacity of vice chair. I've really enjoyed my time on the UAC for several reasons. The first is that it provides an opportunity as a business owner in Palo Alto to have a say about how our utilities are run. I think it's really a unique opportunity to bring to staff our perspective as citizens and community members, but also to help make sure that staff are running a set of utilities that are the best that they can possibly be. I think the second thing that being on the UAC enables is really to help think about Palo Alto in the context of a region. We are not an island. We are deeply connected through our utilities to our community members. And it's really important in our role as UAC to also more deeply understand that degree of interconnectedness and the way in which we can more efficiently operate our utilities given that regional context. So I'd love to continue to serve on the UAC for another 3-year term. By way of background for those council members who have not had a chance to meet yet, my full-time job is actually as a faculty member in the Civil and Environmental Engineering department at Stanford. And I also run an organization, the research director for an organization called the National Alliance for Water Innovation, which is a DOE-funded R&D enterprise. So happy to answer questions that the rest of council have.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Colleagues, who would like to start off with Professor Matter? All right. Well, Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So, Megan, can you speak to differences between your initial expectations of what the role would be and what you've seen it or experienced it? And then lastly, how you would advocate that the UAC change in its role in any way?
Yeah, great questions. I think I entered into this position 3 years ago, envisioning a stronger focus on strategy within the utilities and maybe less of a focus on items that are, I would say, more about routine rate setting and other sort of standing items. I think we have made a push over the past year to think a little bit harder about long-term strategy. Certainly engagement in SCAP, long-term planning for gas utilities, thinking about ways in which our utilities are deeply connected to each other, addressing issues around fiber and really rolling out a strategy around fiber are all examples of, I think, ways in which we've flexed more into that strategy space, really supporting staff, again, with the value judgments that come into play when setting strategy. And I would certainly hope to continue to bring us in that direction going forward. Pat, I apologize, but your second question slipped out of my mind. So if you could re-ask that would be great.
I think you answered, which was, I think it was what we might do differently going forward.
Yeah.
Councilmember Rectal.
Thank you for reapplying. When you look back in the last 3 years, what's your proudest accomplishment and what's your biggest disappointment?
Yeah, well, I am certainly grateful that we've been able to onboard Alan, our utilities director, and I think that has been a smooth transition. We really had benefited from a utilities director that had been in place for a very long time, and ensuring that transition went smoothly, I think, has kept the utilities on really good, solid footing. Something that I would like to see going forward in terms of goals are really in helping, again, to even further strengthen the opportunities for cost savings by exploring regional solutions and engaging with our regional partners in both BACWA and BOSCA. I think that that's a really important piece of what needs to come next.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. And of course, thank you for applying. And of course, I was really interested in all of your research, in your mention about, I believe, the potential nutrient trading program that could help mitigate wastewater costs. And so in general, we really care about being innovative. And it's so exciting to have a professor of your stature in this position. So can you talk about some of your research or some of the ways that you think what is cutting edge in academia or otherwise new can be brought to Palo Alto?
Absolutely. I didn't say this, but the reason I originally applied is that it does seem like a place that's small and nimble enough to actually become a bit of a living laboratory for some of the first of a kind adoption of some of the research that we do in our group and the research that I see across the civil and environmental engineering community and the sustainability community more broadly. At the same time, I need to be very careful in my role as a commissioner not to impose the research that I happen to be doing on a daily basis on Palo Alto. So I actually try to keep those two things fairly distinct, and that's important to do. But I can't help every once in a while, especially when I'm working very specifically on Bay Area issues, to have suggestions that are worth engaging with staff around. And one of those is a recognition that the whole Bay is facing absolutely astronomical increases in our wastewater costs. We are proposing a rate increase of 20% this year, and nutrient requirements that are coming down from the State Water Resources Control Board are going to continue to drive wastewater cost increases. Now, we run a wastewater treatment plant, or Palo Alto does, but it serves a whole number of surrounding communities, and everybody is connected by our bay. In fact, the permit that's issued is a bay-wide permit. And so that opens lots of opportunities for mid-sized plants like Palo Alto's plant to both serve as buyers and sellers in a market. We expect there to be really significant cost savings at a bay-wide level by participating in those nutrient markets and supporting nutrient markets. And so I'd love to see how Palo Alto could be a leader in that. And in fact, I have a tour of the plant that is in the process of getting scheduled so that I can more deeply engage on that topic.
So I'll jump in here. So I was intrigued by your talking about Palo Alto as a living laboratory because honestly at the Bay Area Air District, I talk about our city as a lab all the time because we go first. We are so fortunate to have residents that embrace an innovation culture. We have the resources and permission to do that many communities don't, and we figure out a lot of stuff that folks can emulate. So it's interesting to hear you describe it as a lab as well. My question is more about the electric utility. As you likely know, I'm the NCPA commissioner, and I don't show up at UIC. We kind of have staff and others sort of as a go-between. Do you feel that on UIC there's enough of a connection there, or are there things, do you feel there's a need for more information? And if so, how might you envision that get transmitted?
Yeah, I think that staff do a wonderful job of both bringing information to us and seeking input. They then take that input and bring it to you. And so I don't think that there's a broken or it's a broken process or there's a strong disconnect. I would say especially on the electric power utility, which is incredibly well staffed at the moment. You have some of the strongest power utility staff that I've ever encountered in a utility. So I feel really very confident in their expertise and in their ability to report back to you. I think where there's maybe an opportunity for stronger synergies and stronger communication is in some of the other utilities where we have big decisions coming up. I would say fiber is one of those. I would say water is another one where there's just a bit of a disconnect and divide on the UAC and a stronger need to engage council. And certainly, I'm sorry, I'm over time.
Well, yeah, time is up, but that is a good answer with respect to the electric utility and a good cliffhanger with respect to the others. So we will leave it there, but thank you so much for reapplying.
Of course, my pleasure.
All right, so we'll move to our next applicant, which I believe is Benjamin Peru.
So actually, Mayor, the clerk's office just received notification that Benjamin Peru is withdrawing his application. He did not provide a reason, so we will be moving to our next candidate, which is Julia Zeitlin.
Excellent. And who fortunately followed instructions to be here early in case this happened. It did, so thank you. And welcome.
Good evening, council members, and thank you so much for the opportunity to interview for this position. For those who don't know me, I'm a student at Stanford studying environmental systems engineering at Stanford's School of Sustainability and School of Engineering with a concentration and focus on sustainable urban systems. Many of you know that I began my work in climate advocacy in 7th grade here. I first gave feedback on a draft of the SCAP when I was still in middle school, actually. I spent my high school years focused on how I could get other young people invested in Palo Alto's climate goals and build a coalition to collaboratively push and work with the city to achieve 80 by 30. I had the opportunity to intern at the City of Palo Alto's Office of Sustainability in the summer of 2024, where I helped start Palo Alto's Youth Climate Advisory Board and lead the Bay Area heat mapping campaign to map the distribution of heat in the area and see who's most at risk, so we know when have hotter summers to come. And so now I'm at Stanford. I'm working as a fellow in Stanford's Office of Sustainability, focusing on implementing electrification projects. I'm partnering, similar to the city of Palo Alto, with Actera to start an induction cooktop lending program for faculty and staff, and to pilot window packaged heat pumps in 2 Stanford faculty and staff homes. I'm here because I want to serve. I want to make it really clear I'm not here to drive an agenda, and I'm not here to portray myself as a climate activist. I care deeply about our community, and I know the immense impact that CPAU has on residents, our economy, and our sustainability goals. And I know that the USC's work is vitally important to the council and your stewardship of the utilities. And I've really begun to understand the challenging balance between services and affordability for ratepayers on the one hand, and the financial stability and security of the utility on the other. And of course, I deeply appreciate the city's commitment to achieving widespread electrification and 80 by 30 goals. I know UAC commissioners have a really difficult job, and I would really like to commend the great work they do and share that I'd love the opportunity to support this work and think I would bring a lot of energy, hard work, and the perspective of a young resident. So thank you, and I look forward to answering any questions.
Thank you. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Well, Julia, I certainly have long appreciated your great activism, and I was really glad to hear you focus on your appreciation of the distinction between that role and the one that you're looking forward to doing. So can you talk a little bit more, you touched on several aspects of it, but how the UAC functions, their roles, where you see yourself contributing the most, and any ways that you think the UAC should emphasize their focus differently?
Mm-hmm. So I know the UAC has a really important role in recommending to you, the council members, to make decisions based on the utility. I think something I'd be really interested in on the UAC would be to I know that there's this ongoing effort to increase engagement between the council and the UAC, and to continue to do that to see what would be most helpful in terms of how the council receives recommendations from the UAC. I personally would be really excited. I know the city is doing really great work in terms of electrification, specifically with providing programs for single-family home electrification. We have our new whole home electrification program, which I think had 24 signups in the first week. And I think I'd be really interested to see how we can further our efforts on multifamily electrification and making sure that we're prioritizing equitable electrification, ensuring everyone can move together in that transition.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. So thrilled that you applied. Similar to a previous question, you've engaged in academic research and you've worked on policy at the State Energy Commission and Air Resources Board, which all seem very relevant. Can you talk about what you think could be new or other innovative opportunities for Palo Alto utilities from those experiences?
Mm-hmm. I think that something I'm really interested in is reliability and resiliency, which I know a lot of us are concerned with. I think I'm acutely interested in this. I volunteer as an EMT at Stanford, and I think a lot about disaster management now because of that. And I think there are some interesting, innovative pilots that we could do, thinking about battery storage, and I know that there are partnerships that we could take on with Stanford, perhaps, to look more carefully at that, to make sure that we're protecting the residents who are most vulnerable when there are, I think, inevitably going to be power outages and shutoffs.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Ms. Zeitlin, good to see you again in these chambers. We've missed your voice, and it's nice to entertain the possibility that we might hear from you more frequently if you were to receive the nod for this particular opportunity. I would love for you to tell us more. I guess one thing I want to say is pride and joy of Palo Alto. The fact that you are at this juncture right now, having started this effort in middle school, says something great about you and great about this city and the opportunities available to kids who are hungry to learn and grow and make a difference. So I think some would say you're too young to be here or too inexperienced, not about age, but experience. And another way to look at it, I think, is, my goodness, look what this person has done in this amount of time. SCAP, ad hoc, volunteer EMT, co-founder of Palo Alto Student Climate Coalition, Palo Alto Youth Council, and the list goes on and on. Can you tell us about data centers? You said something about the potential you see for Palo Alto to work collaboratively with local AI users to support edge data centers that reduce latency, potentially accommodating small data centers while maintaining the character of the city. Could you just say more about what that offers, why you're advocating for that?
Yes, so when this came before the UAC recently, we heard from staff that data centers have done a lot to benefit the city so far. We've had data centers in Palo Alto since the 1990s, and I think there are opportunities to prioritize businesses that are already in Palo Alto and give them the opportunity to benefit from that technology. Obviously, moving forward with this cautiously, knowing that we want to reduce any of the adverse impacts that could come from that. But seeing as the city of Santa Clara has seen electric rates stabilize due to data centers, I think that there could be potential benefits to affordability and not just benefits to local businesses from expanding on those opportunities.
Councilmember Rectal.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for applying, and thank you for all your good work. So you research residential electrification, and so people are very stubborn. They don't like change. And so what can we do better to convince people to give up their gas appliances?
Great question, and this is a really big challenge. I think Palo Alto is doing great work trying to incentivize the switch. I think there are ways that we could communicate this a little bit better. I know a lot of people in Palo Alto aren't aware of what 80 by 30 is, or aware of all the electrification opportunities that the city has to offer that I think residents in other cities are wishing that they had access to. So I think there are opportunities there. I also know that I think we should be cautiously but carefully kind of studying what that next phase would look like of taking on, ordinances or codes that are a little bit more aggressive, saying this is the direction we are going to move in at a certain date, given that, for example, the Bay Area Air District is very clear that there's going to be a certain point at which you won't actually be able to replace your gas-powered appliance with another gas-powered appliance. And so I think it's a balance of trying to encourage people by increasing communications about what we have to offer, because it's really amazing, and then also studying what the impacts of something kind of more forceful, saying this is the direction we have to go in.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone, you get the last one.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. Hi, Julia. Thanks for applying and all your advocacy. We've got 40 seconds. Can you just talk about why you think then, why the UAC would really benefit from the youth voice and perspective?
I think it would be really important to have a younger person kind of representing younger people in the community, concerned with the long-term planning and sustainability of the utility. I think the younger residents who aspire to continue to live in the city would like to continue to benefit from the amazing services that Palo Alto's utility provides. And I think it would be really a valuable opportunity to have that perspective when contributing to the discussion. Thank you.
Well, thank you for applying, and thank you for not just continuing your course, but amplifying your course from what you started here in our city.
Thank you.
So I would suggest, we're scheduled for a break, but I see that Greg Scharf is here, so unless anybody objects, I would say we just power forward. I'm not seeing objections, so Mr. Scharf, the podium is yours, and you can start however you'd like.
Thank you, Mayor Vanker. Good evening, council members, Vice Mayor and Mayor. It's great to be here again today. A little bit about myself. I'm Greg Scharf. I'm the current chair of the UAC. I've been chair for the past 2 years. I'm completing my second term on the UAC, and this will be my third and final term if you so reappoint me. As most of you know, I was mayor for 2 years, and I was the NCPA commissioner for 8 years. I couldn't quite remember the number of years, but it was 8 years. I wanted to say that being on the UAC right now is a very exciting time. Grid mod is one of the largest undertakings this city will do, and I think it's really important that we balance what we're doing with how much we're spending, how that affects rates long-term, that we actually achieve what we want to achieve. And frankly, having a close eye on that, I think, is something very important for the UAC, something we can really focus on. And I know staff has different ideas, and they come to us and we talk about it, and I think that makes it really, really important for the city. The other thing I want to say is I think there's been some increases in rates that seem higher. It seems everything is going up across our utilities. And a lot of that is also driven by, our water rates are increasing much higher than we thought. It was supposed to be 1%, it came up to 9%. And I think we really, at the UAC, are starting to focus on how can we keep those costs down? How can we focus on rate increases as opposed to just say, yes, staff, just go ahead and do that. And we have to be strategic about it. We want to make sure that we're putting in the capital projects that need to be put in. We can't, minimize safety. But I do think that's something that's really interesting and important. And then the third thing I think that we're doing, and it's amazing to me that we have these three really important things, is fiber to the premises. In most places that fiber to the premises has been done, it has not worked out that great. So I think our ability to focus on that and make sure that if we continue to move forward after the pilot, I'm really looking forward to seeing what we learn in the pilot, to see if we should continue to move forward and to make recommendations to council as a UAC of, after we delve into that, is this financially going to work? Is this something that's going to make sense for the Palo Alto? And I think those three things are really amazing. And I'll just add one other thing. After 25 plus years, it looks like we'll actually get another transmission corridor, another interconnect. And that is something we've all been working on for, forever. So to actually see that come to fruition is a great thing. And with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
All right, well, thank you. I will +1 to the nerdy excitement about the interconnect. Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. Your experience in this area is just immense from both council and two full terms, and you still want to come back on. So
I love the UAC.
I salute that and all your service of NCPA. So the question is, what have you seen sort of to be necessary changes over the 8 years that you've been involved, or 16 years, whatever it is, but particularly on the UAC, changes you've seen and other changes you think that you should make together to be more responsive to these huge problems and expenses that we have?
Right. I think being more focused on the details and questioning a lot of things that come up and a lot of the assumptions that are made of how do we actually, it's really difficult when staff comes and says, as if you're on the finance committee, we'd like an 8% rate increase on this and a 10% on this and how do you actually dig into the details on that and see what's driving that? And I think it's asking a lot of tough questions and really digging into it and understanding why. Your question's a really hard one. What would you change over those periods? Different UACs I've seen, because I was also the liaison when I was on council to a UAC for a number of times. I'd say some UACs are more wonky than others. Some UACs have more, mission-driven, climate change versus rates versus, I think taking a more holistic approach right now, given the huge financial costs that we're looking at in the city, is really important. And balancing these out, I think that's more important than ever.
Great, thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Greg, following up on that, as the UAC looks at holistic strategies, and we have this very high priority of our 80-30 goal and the building electrification component of that being one of the toughest parts to achieve. We have limited dollars for incentives to scale the programs we've been working on and pilot and otherwise. We have the constraint on rising rates, and yet we need to achieve this. What role do you see of mandates in the future?
Of mandates? You mean in terms of saying to people they must, in a certain, replace their gas appliances? Is that what you're thinking?
Well, there's a whole set of possible mandates that the city could adopt in different forms on commercial and residential to move the dial on electrification.
Right. I think moving the dial on electrification is very tricky, and we all support it. I think that mandates may very well play a key role in that if they're smart and well thought out and they give people enough time. I'm finding it hard to imagine, given where we are in electrification, frankly, that we are going to meet the goal in 4 years, given the current adoption rate. And I think we need to be realistic with that and say to ourselves, how can we make this happen, and what would be a plan that was achievable? Because obviously we're making progress every year, but I forget the adoption rate right now. You probably know, Councilmember Burt, but we're nowhere near getting there. And then, of course, there is that death spiral of the gas utility issue, which we also haven't really planned for yet. So I think a realistic plan is what we would need. And I've asked at UAC staff, and the staff says they're in the process of developing different aspects of that plan. So I think that'll be something that's interesting and comes to us, but I just don't see how we achieve that by 2030.
Councilmember Rectal.
Okay. Yeah, thank you for your service and thank you for reapplying. You mentioned about cost controls, and quite often when the rate changes come to the commission, it's already too late. Apart from eating into reserves, there's not much you can do at that point. Mm-hmm. And so what can we do proactively to prevent cost controls or prevent rate hikes down the road?
Well, rate hikes are often driven by how much we are putting into CapEx, frankly, into capital expenditures, what we're actually going to replace and how much we're going to replace. That's a lot of it. And then there's obviously things that are completely beyond our control. The price of natural gas, the price that SFPUC charges us for water, and those kind of things. And so understanding, and not really just letting staff make the and I think staff does a great job, don't get me wrong, but not just letting staff say, these are the CapEx projects without an explanation of why we need to spend all that money in doing it. And there's some risk trade-off here. You know, we did a cross-bore program, which is where you check to make sure that the gas pipes aren't punctured. We found very, very few cross-bores and spent a lot of money doing it. You know, and it's an interesting thing because there was the gas explosion up in San Bruno years back. And so Palo Alto just went on this cross-bore program. You know, and I think it's looking at that, and if you're going to spend the money and make the trails, do it understandingly so we can explain to council. We think the chance and the, you know, danger of a cross-bore causing an explosion or causing a thing is worth it. Or, you know, there's nowhere in California this has actually happened. And, you know, it may make sense to do it, but there's less risk than driving a car every time you get into the car. So, you know, it's being able to articulate that to council and let them make the decision, but here are the trade-offs.
Thank you.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. That's a really interesting answer, by the way. And I really appreciate your application and your expertise. As you know, we do get informational reports about commissioner absences, and I saw you had a few in late 2025. To be clear, I don't want to pry. I recognize there are many valid reasons to miss a few meetings, but I just want to check if we should have any concerns about your availability or anything else to that effect.
No, you shouldn't have any concerns. I actually don't remember that well the reasons, but I do remember there was one situation where staff just, and they'll say it was a mistake on their part, they just failed to notice my location, at which point I couldn't attend the meeting. I remember that was one of them. I literally don't remember the other two.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you so much.
All right.
You're out of time.
Thank you very much.
Appreciate you. All right. So I would suggest, again, that we just do our last UAC candidate and then take our break. So if Mr. Tanraverdi is here? Welcome. You've heard the drill, 10 minutes.
Hello.
You can start with whatever opening statement you'd like.
Can I start? Yes. Thank
Whenever
you.
you're ready.
Okay. Thank you for considering my application to serve for the Utilities Advisory Commission. Hello, council members, vice mayor and mayor. My name is Olgu. I work in the energy industry for over 15 years, mostly in California. In addition to my PhD thesis regarding horizontal axis wind turbine and renewable energy generation and how it's going to penetrate into Calaiso, California market, especially MRTU. And there are, as you know, there are many challenges on how, I mean, this is not new anymore, but 20 years ago, we were thinking about how the DC generation is going to come impact our California grid. So I am a Palo Alto resident, as well as due to my background in energy, I feel I'm probably over average knowledge when it comes to energy generation and contracts with third parties, you know, transmission line constraints and any upgrades in energy generation, depending on hydro, gas turbines, or any other form. I believe I can help the commission make informed decisions for future of Palo Alto's energy generation. Especially these days, as you know, everybody's talking about inflation. Rates are going up. My bill is over $600, and we have a small place, so it's compared to many years ago, it wasn't like that. So I believe I can help. I know Palo Alto is part of the larger grid system in California, so we are limited of what we can do because we have to go along with the larger utilities like PG&E or Southern California Edison or other bigger players in terms of, set the price and provide basically reliable, safe, and affordable energy. So I'm aware of the constraints we have and limitations we have, but I still believe that I can come and help in terms of strategy, long-term vision. And as you know, utilities usually require large capital investments at the beginning, and we hope that we're going to recover it in 20, 30 years, which I was involved in, RFO solicitations, evaluation of various contracts in different energy generations. So I believe I can come and help advise the council as best as I can so that, they can make proper decisions for the for Palo Alto residents so that, we have reliable, safe, and affordable rates. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. And I don't know if it'll stay, but if you want to move the mic up so you don't have to, I feel badly, you have to bend over. Thank you. I wanted to ask you, so that's an impressive and deep background in energy and electricity. We are unique here in Palo Alto that we have all of our utilities under our own roof, and the UAC addresses all of those, water, wastewater, gas, all of that. Could you speak a little bit about your interest and or experience or facility with the other utilities?
You mean in addition to electricity?
Yes, other than, yes.
I would be, yes, I would be definitely helpful, but I'm not as versatile as electricity generation, so I just have to maybe read up, learn more about it, and I have not worked in that area, but I will study and do my best to advise the council as best as I can.
Yeah, I mean, it's the rare person that would have that whole breadth of experience, so it's more just if there's, an interest and some, relevant experience, really. Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. So seeing your background particularly in data science within the electric utility field, do you have thoughts on how we should or might not only incorporate a deeper utilization of data science, but AI, how that might empower some of what we're attempting to do in achieving efficiency to our customers, within our own utility and otherwise?
Okay, yeah, so that's a very typical topic in these days, as you know. Yes, it's going to help us a lot, I believe, from, back down a long time ago, we used to do forecasts by using certain tools, but now, you can give a couple comments and it's with the maybe Excel spreadsheet or any kind of data to any kind of agent, and, they will give you it's not 100% correct, so you got to do some help, but yeah, it really helps, improves any kind of data analysis to forecast to even complex analysis, right? Because you have to do optimization when it comes to energy generation, how much we are generating, what's the consuming, what's the hourly rates, what's our on-peak, off-peak profile, how they are changing, what's weekend. What if you do flat rate, or what if you do adjustable, how many tiers? So that requires a lot of optimization questions, and yeah, it definitely is going to help. In addition to the data centers that everybody's talking about, they are building around Santa Clara and San Jose, their impact is going to be also, one is to calculate how much generation they plan to, first, how much consume they think they're going to consume, and then how much capacity they are thinking of building, and what that profile is going to look like, generation as well as spending, and how it's going to impact Palo Alto. So AI is going to help. I think most of them in every single dimension.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you for applying. Appreciate it. So you mentioned rates as one of your concerns earlier. Very few levers that we can pull to really be able to manage those rates. Do you have any thoughts on how the UAC can better partner with the council and the city on being able to do that?
Yeah, I think that would probably first to go through the contracts that we have, how many contracts we have, what kind of terms they have, which ones are going to expire, and then look out to partners to see what kind of new generation we can procure with a better rate than what's maybe currently happening. So it's mostly my experience is that contracts and what's your exposure, evaluation of the contract, and that also includes infrastructure changes, because as you make changes to the infrastructure, then your efficiency is getting better. But those changes require usually large capital, so it requires detailed calculations just to make sure that your initial large investment is going to recoup all these benefits that you think you're going to get given maybe 5 or 10 years or 20 years time frame. But I think the two things is, one is I would look at our current assets, generating assets, as well as the contracts that we have to see how they are performing. And so it's going to help us to get it maybe future own generation as well as contracts.
Great. Colleagues, any further questions? If not, do you have any final thoughts that you would like to leave us with?
Thank you for your time again. I just would like to reconsider my application so that I really think I can help in various ways that since I spent a lot of years in energy industry, and I just like to learn maybe more about what council's current challenges and help them as much as I can.
Great. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for applying. And that concludes our UAC interviews. And so I would suggest we take our break now because I haven't eaten dinner and I will be more friendly after I do that. And so we're a bit ahead of schedule. Do you know if Mr. Siegel is here yet?
Mr. Siegel is not here yet, but
I know we're
Mr. Peterson is, though.
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to decide how long. I think let's get out here. Let's take 15 minutes, and we'll be back here 8:17-ish and ready to roll at 8:20.
Sounds good.
Assuming he's here. Yeah, thank you.
I'm also happy to let the council know if candidates start arriving. I can
Sure, you can text me.
Okay,
Fabulous.
Sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, we will reconvene to conduct our PTC interviews for 2 full-year terms of 4 years each. Each of the PTC commissioners must be a Palo Alto resident. I believe we have 6 applicants. We're going to hear from 4 tonight and 2 on April 6th. So with that, Madam Clerk, would you like to introduce our first applicant?
Absolutely. Our first candidate for the Planning and Transportation Commission is Tom Siegel.
And by the way, we thank you for being here early as requested so that we can get going tonight. All right, so we have 10 minutes, and you can start off in any fashion that you would like for a couple of minutes, and then we'll ask you questions.
Sounds good. Hello, good evening. Thank you very much for considering my application. My name is Tom Siegel, 25-year resident of the city, about half of that as a renter and then half as a homeowner. Quite a bit of experience with planning issues. I was 6 years member and then president of the Citizen Oversight Committee of the Palo Alto School Bond, where we dealt primarily with construction and planning issues for the school district. Small business owner for quite a while, where we dealt with commercial leasing and employee housing issues. I was the president of the board of a small private school in Menlo Park, where we also had to relocate to a different premise with a lot of planning and permitting issues during my tenure. I built an ADU on our property, and I am part of a small group that rents aircraft at the Palo Alto airport, so we're renting actually hangar from the city. So lots of these issues over many years. I'm interested on the planning committee for 3 reasons. One, creating and retaining a livable city and protecting the community character of the city, something that's really important to me. I want to make sure that we can bring the different voices and perspectives that exist on these complex issues in front of council and, for consideration, speed up these decision processes that are so complex. And last but not least, I reorganized my professional and personal life recently, so I wanted to set aside about 10 hours per week to really involve myself in community activities, community service, and that would be my primary choice if given the opportunity. So thank you very much, and happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for applying. Colleagues, who would like to ask the first question to Mr. Siegel? Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. And hi, Tom. Thanks for applying and your interest in serving on the PTC. I think right now the city is working on about over 100 different housing goals or policies. Is there any particular, new policy that the council or the PTC has been considering lately that you find to be, that you believe will help us on our housing goals, and how do you think PTC could work to maybe improve those?
Yeah, so couple that come to mind. Some are ones that I disagree with or have problems with. For instance, I live in the Evergreen neighborhood, and the very tall building that is possibly going up in the Molly Stone site. I do like other less attractive areas, like the former Fry's kind of site that gets built up with housing. I think that's actually a really good idea. And so some of these other areas, maybe on the other side of the freeway, closer to some of these commercial areas, I think they could certainly, serve the goal of kind of create more housing there. So I think those were all good initiatives that, I hope lead to more housing.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you for applying. Sure. Really interesting also to see your background, since I also worked in integrity at Meta. But
all right.
So some very different topics there. But interesting to hear you talk about the Molly Stone site. And I'm curious how you think about infill housing in general in Palo Alto, ignoring that specific project, which is a bit of an outlier, and can talk about how you think about housing downtown or California Ave, or even in the Palo Alto area near the San Antonio Caltrain station.
Yeah. I actually think creating more community spaces around these more built-up areas is a really good idea. Like, so we live very close to Cal Avenue, and it's probably not as vibrant as I would like it to be, as it can be. And I think attracting more housing into these areas actually creates more, more life, more livable spaces. So actually filling it in in my opinion, is a good idea because there's all the congestion there. So.
Okay. I'm curious if you have any ideas about like what kind of properties or what the opportunities look like, whether it's parking lots or small commercial buildings, or what kind of policies you think the PTC could actually work on for infill housing?
I think particularly in these denser areas, like around what you mentioned, Cal Ave, University Avenue, making sure that, some of these single-story buildings, could be raised up to 3 or 4 stories. I think that could be an interesting one. I like the idea of, creating more kind of parking structures and then removing kind of, on-street and kind of, parking lot style parking and making that into more kind of cohesive housing. That comes to mind.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thank you. Quite a breadth of experience. I always like to see that prior commitment, and you've done that. Do you have any, you've dealt with council members, I think, and you've dealt with school board members and obviously colleagues, but in all those interactions, do you have anything that you'd call sort of your superpower that makes you able to deal with all those things and, move the ball down the field?
Yeah, one that Councilmember Liu mentioned already. So in my past, I actually ran the policy function for a large technology company where we actually always dealt with a lot of very, very difficult and contentious issues where there often is it's not black and white decisions. And dealing with the school board, dealing with city council member, making sure I can kind of present the facts as they exist and really separate the facts from the opinions and breaking down really complex issues so we can actually help make decisions faster. That's something that I feel I'm really good at. Bringing in a strong opinion by really separating that from a fact and then finding, a way to kind of make decisions, which I think is really important.
With a combination of both of those, the facts and the opinions?
Ultimately, for a lot of these issues, there is no right or wrong, but I think facts need to be clearly separated from opinions. And then obviously opinions, in the end, council or decision-making bodies have to use their judgment, have to use their values, their convictions, but it should be founded on good information.
Okay, good, very clear, thank you.
Yeah.
Councilmember Burt.
Thank you. Just following up on that question of approach, you've talked about really valuing different perspectives and finding common ground. So can you talk a little bit more on what do you think might be the common ground on our housing goals?
As I stated, the primary reason why I'm motivated, as obviously more than one, is creating and retaining a livable city, and the community character of the city is very, very important. With that in mind, I think there is lots of opportunities to increase housing while not violating some core principles. And I give this one example of the Molly Stone site because that kind of got me a little triggered where I'm like, yeah, there's probably lots of ways to create more housing and not putting a 14-story building, in a neighborhood like that. And, we can be creative, and there are lots of still other sites, and we talked about some of these earlier, where we can increase housing, but the community character, I think, has to be the guiding principle, in my opinion. And we know what happens. We have these goals, right? We have the 6,000 units over a time period, and, we will get this done. There's no choice, but it needs to be done with that in mind. Yeah.
Councilmember Rekdal.
Yeah. Thank you for applying. You mentioned that you want to hear all the voices, not just the loudest. And so how do we hear the other voices? Because they're hard to hear since the other voices are so loud. How would you go about getting the other voices heard?
Yeah, I think about this a lot because for many years I was also, many of us, right, communities are very busy, right, and these are complex issues, and so being out there in the community, more, whether it's visiting the actual sites or it's going to community events, soliciting that input, maybe finding ways to connect to community organizations, and not just like you made the right point, not the loud ones, right, but all the voices in their significance, in their numbers need to be somehow reflected. And that's really important to me, actually.
Thank you.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, if you can slip in a fast question.
I was going to ask the exact same question. I'm good, thank you.
Well, that worked out. Do you have a 15-second final thought?
Well, I appreciate the questions. I would like to be considered for this role, and I can commit that particular time investment that is needed, I would be willing to make over the entire period of time of this appointment, and thank you very much.
All right, thank you very much for applying. And next, we will move on to Forrest Peterson. I think you also heard the instructions, so please proceed for however long you'd like to start off.
Oops. 1 second. Oh, much better. Okay. Thank you, Mayor Vinker and Council. My name is Dr. Forrest Olaf Peterson. When I came before you last year, I told you I started as a hod carrier. I was paid cash on Fridays. I was cleaning buckets with a garden hose in people's side yards. I found a union, a living wage, and eventually earned a PhD from Stanford Engineering. What I didn't know then was how much that trajectory would shape my work on this commission. This past year, I've brought to the PTC the same perspective that I brought to every job site. You read the documents, you ask the hard questions, you represent the people who can't be in the room. I'm also, to my knowledge, the only commissioner who rents and who gets to every meeting by foot, Caltrain, bus, or BART. That's not incidental. Transportation and housing policy look different when you live it every day. On flood protection, on the baylands, on labor standards, and in public contracts, that's what I've tried to do. At the regional level, I continue to chair the Valley Water Flood Protection Subcommittee, monitoring the San Francisco Creek corridor, work that directly affects flood protection for thousands of Palo Alto parcels. I'd like to continue serving. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm seeing a light on Councilmember Lithcott-Hames, maybe from the last one. Yeah, apologies. Who would like to ask Mr. Peterson the first question? Oh, that was close. Councilmember Burt.
Yes. Forrest, is there anything that you would like to share with us about events that might inform our decision on reappointing you?
I think that one of the things that I do as a commissioner is to be listening to the public and asking questions of the public. You know, at Stanford, I'm known as an ethnographer. I'm actually known internationally as an ethnographer, mostly in workforce education, where my job is to become a part of the fabric of what I'm looking at. I bring that same policy to the Planning Commission. So anything that comes before the commission, a lot of times I try to live that experience and understand it. That doesn't always sit well with everyone. Some people, they don't like it. But at the end of the day, I've come back more informed, and I bring that information to the commission, and I think that is a way of bringing truth better than necessarily sitting in an ivory tower and not listening.
I was really wanting to see if you had anything that would speak to events of you personally and any things that you think would inform us about your role and the ethics that you would follow as a commissioner.
Yes, for sure. So I'm also a labor standards investigator. So as both a labor standards investigator and as a academic at Stanford, I am held to higher ethical standards than the general public. I don't just answer to myself, I have to also answer to expert witness testimony in a courtroom. I have to answer to the department chair at Stanford. All of those mean that it's not just any one event that speaks to those, it's the totality of it, And for 20 years, I have had no deficits to my behavior.
Councilmember Rectal.
Thank you for applying. Housing along El Camino is really an opportunity, but it's very contentious because it impacts the neighbors, the nearby neighbors. So what should we do about that?
On the El Camino?
El Camino, yeah.
The El Camino corridor is one of those corridors that's interesting. We had a case come before us in commission where there's a assisted living facility that wants to expand. And they had built into an agreement, I think 20 or 30 years ago with the community. New residents moved in under that agreement. But as the facility wants to expand, it's pushing against that housing. And this is the story of probably every single lot up and down El Camino, including the motel that has a creek flooding, not flooding, but flowing through the middle of it, which is grandfathered in. I think as the commission, one of the more important things in that is trying to navigate that I don't know if you want to call it the commercial urban divide, to be respectful of the residents who live there and purchase their homes, but also the businesses that are bringing in jobs and tax revenue and providing services for the community and trying to provide a fair and impartial decision, which is what the commission's job is when things aren't clear to listen.
And so what would the outcome, what outcome do you think should happen?
On which aspect?
Along El Camino. If we have large buildings proposed and we have neighbors nearby that will be impacted, how would you respect both parties? What kind of solutions would respect both parties?
So one of the solutions I'd like to see is more daylight analysis, noise analysis. One of the things that is slightly frustrating on commission is, as a city, we all know we're reliant on consultants. And the consultants bring the data analysis. And then as a commission, a lot of times it ends up being a PDF, two-dimensional flat piece of paper, essentially on a screen that we're making a decision on. But we don't see the noise domes, we don't see the shading throughout the day. There was one case where we were looking at the project, and then it became clear we're looking at the south side of the street, which means all the shading is on the street, not on the housing behind it. It wasn't clear. And I'm certain there's probably people on the commission where it still wasn't clear where exactly the shading is, because El Camino is not even north or south. I'm not even sure which direction it is at some points. So I think using more information models is probably a way to move forward to create more fairness through more transparency.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and hi, Forrest. Thanks for reapplying.
Thank you.
You mentioned the work that you do on San Francisco Creek, and the SFC JPA that I chair is working on the Reach 2 project, and so there's going to be impacts, of course, in Palo Alto. What do you think the PTC's role is in maybe taking on a more kind of active role in reviewing those plans, providing feedback to the council, to the JPA, et cetera?
That's a good question. So one of the things on the San Francisco Creek by itself is a whole case study of governance with three major landowners, essentially between two counties and an international institute governing that. And so when I'm at the water district, I can ask questions there about San Francisco, about the technology we're using to model it, why is the modeling changing? Turns out they got new computers and suddenly they could run a better simulation, which redesigned the entire creek corridor, which then impacted the residents that live along the corridor, which then brought up a new question, which is, why don't we have riparian corridors already in there, which would have answered some of the water district questions. So then on the planning commission, we can ask the same questions. Has anyone here talked with the water district? It turns out maybe not. Ask the water district. Has anyone talked to Palo Alto? I don't know. If somebody suddenly next week you find out the water district is talking to the staff here, that's probably why. So I think that's one of the pieces where trying to keep the staff working together and unsiloed, even though their natural tendency is just to silo in their own jobs, but keep bringing them together. And one of the things I found out is that there is an association of, they're doing, all the technology that the staff uses, they have a volunteer association where they get together and develop additional technology that's shared across all cities, which was fascinating to find out that the tech person behind the computers that we have in all of our staffs, they all talk to each other. So I think that's some insight that comes in that I can bring back to the commission.
Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, thanks. I will hurry. There are two items in there that try to connect with what I think you're intending, which is sort of, I'll call it productivity of meetings. We had a chance to meet privately. You talked a lot about info models, and you feel how those are helpful. Could you, and you referenced one in here where Commissioner Rekdal, Suma, and to some degree Heckman were going to make some sort of a move, and that might help it, but I'm not sure what the outcome of that was. So the question is, how do those things help with your outcomes that you're trying to get in a commission meeting?
So that is encouraging the staff with the technology. And a lot of times the staff already wants the technology. It's simply when somebody on the dais says, can we get more technology? There's somebody in staff who's listening. They're like, yes. And there's a manager somewhere else that's like, well, I heard them talking about it, but I didn't know if it's important. And I think a lot of times our job is to simply signal to the leadership of the staff that we would be receptive to seeing more technology coming before us, but there's other technology that shows up that we're not. So I think sometimes we're simply signaling.
Okay, I want to connect it to the other thing that you have in your application. You said your first priority is to continue the commission's focus on reducing staff time demands, limiting ad hoc follow-ups. And my question there, is that a one-way or a two-way? I mean, are you having to ask for more information because you didn't get it the first time from staff, in which case you wouldn't want to be cutting it off? And I'm sorry, I've used a couple more seconds, so.
I agree, absolutely. Trying to navigate, to thread that needle is a challenge for sure.
All right. Okay. Well, thank you very much. Appreciate your application.
Appreciate it.
All right. And we'll move on to Brenda Chang. Welcome.
Thank you, everyone. So I guess I should do my little intro. All right. I think I know most of you, but to remind you a little bit about my background. I've been on the PTC for 5 years, and you ask why? It's because I was finishing out a partial term for Commissioner Billy Riggs the first time. I'm currently the vice chair. I've been the vice chair once and the chair once before that. I've lived here for the last 45 years, ever since I was in kindergarten, with the exception of 4 years when I was in LA and Salt Lake City. I went to JLS Nixon Gun. Palo Alto is very near and dear to my heart. Professionally, I was last paid for teaching as a lecturer at the Stanford Graduate School of Business, but spent 10 years doing various things there prior to teaching, culminating in running the MBA program there on the staff side. I also have some product management experience, management consulting experience, and because I was trained as a biologist at Stanford, actually a lot of scientific research and conservation management experience. I'm a big community volunteer. Before the PTC, was really involved in PAUSD, JLS PTA Executive Board. I think I've served at a cumulative 10 years on the various site councils at elementary, middle, high school. I've served on a mid-pen working group working on opening up the Hawthorns area, so lots and lots of things. So that's me. I've really enjoyed working on the PTC, hopefully get to do it for another 4 years.
What? No, I think that's from before. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Colleagues, who would like to ask the first question this time around? We're wearing out. It's been a long night, but we have Councilmember.
So thank you. Thank you for talking to me, interviewing me.
Thank you. So, Bryna, can you share with us any thoughts you have on how the PTC might work more effectively?
As I said in my application, I think one of the big issues is churn that happens between the PTC and council, where things are sent back to us, or maybe sometimes the context in which the PTC made decisions hasn't fully been transmitted to council. And so as chair and vice chair, I've been working with staff a lot, trying to kind of surface issues that I think will come up. And then also, most recently, I think you're all aware that Chair Aiken and I wrote a letter to the council to try and flag some of the issues that we saw. We've also been working with staff to try and encourage staff to make sure to remind council that we do have a liaison here. And then offline, I often try and connect with various council members to try and say, like, here are some of the issues, here's what's going on. So these are the things I try and work on to make it better.
Councilmember Rectal.
Okay. Thank you for reapplying. When you look back at your PTC career, what do you think are the biggest accomplishments? What are you most proud of?
So the thing that I'm personally, that's really near and dear to my heart, but also personally I'm very, very glad I was there on the PTC and very proud of, are some of our most recent environmental initiatives, for lack of a better way of saying it. So we've got one more coming, the stream corridor. But these have been a long time coming. So the two are the Dark Skies effort, which just happened, thank you all, this year, as well as the last meeting I watched where you discussed the bird-friendly design ordinance. And I'm really proud of these because I think we worked really well with staff to change these ordinances to make them both more practical and effective. So, the first time we saw the bird-friendly design ordinance, it was both impractical, like it was too broadly applicable, it would cause a lot of inflict a lot of financial burden on homeowners and businesses, and while at the same time not actually protecting birds in quite the right way. So I think what we finally sent you did a good job threading that needle, and exempting the install base was, I think, really, really critical to making this something that would work for most businesses and residents in the city. And that was done, partnering with staff, but also listening to all the feedback that we got from the community, which is, as prior interviews have mentioned, really, really critical.
Councilmember Lithcott-Hames.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Chang, for your service and for seeking to re-up. The CEO of Life Moves, Aubrey Merriman, once told me that with regard to the work of his organization, which, as you know, is to provide shelter housing and other supports in that arena, he said to me, "I respect the past, but I'm loyal to the future." Can you reflect aloud on that statement with regard to housing in our city and the work of the PTC?
Sure. So as other applicants have mentioned, it's really important that we keep what is good about Palo Alto. It's a very lovely place to live. That's why so many people want to live here. That said, we need to look forward and figure out how we're going to make this a sustainable city going forward. Sustainable meaning so that all members of our community can actually afford to live here, right? We need Starbucks baristas, we need grocery store clerks, we need dental hygienists, we need teachers, and so we need more housing. So, for example, I was on a housing element ad hoc committee for the PTC, and we talked about, well, where can we build more housing and exceed the historic height limit in Palo Alto? Where does that make sense? And so the El Camino Real focus group is as a result of some of the discussions that we had with John Late in the ad hoc committee, and we said, here, these blocks where we're backing onto office, this is a really good place to go super high. And I remember him saying, really? You guys think 85 feet? And we said, yes, because this makes sense. It's near transportation. It's a big corridor. It's a great location. People will want to live here, and it's not going to have as negative effects on the surrounding community as it might, say, at the end of Cal Ave, where everything is quite congested already. I'm alluding to the Builders Remedy project.
Vice Mayor Stone.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, and hi, Brianna. Glad to see you reapply. As far as housing policies, is there a particular policy that you think we should be more focused on as a city in order to be able to meet our RHNA goals?
To meet our RHNA goals. I mean, I think we're doing really great. The part of our RHNA goals that I'm most concerned about are the affordability goals. And historically, Palo Alto has always met its RHNA goals for market rate housing. The challenge is always affordable housing, because affordable tends to mean subsidized or below market rate. And then how are we subsidizing? Where's the money coming from? And so that's where I think we really need to focus. And every community has a limited number of resources, ours included, and I wonder, it's something that City Council has said for many years that it wants to look at. I really think we need to be putting our resources and our subsidies towards things that will be truly affordable. So not affordable as defined by California law, right? We live in Santa Clara County, which has a very high median income. So median income is not something, like if housing is affordable for a median income, that still doesn't address the needs of the Starbucks barista, the grocery store checkers, the teachers. And so I think that's where we really need to give more thought about where we as a city subsidize, either, officially with cash or with whatever waivers, concessions that we give. Yep.
Councilmember Liu, you have a minute.
Thank you. So of course, as we both know, the dynamic between PTC and council is so important because it really changes projects and the housing that gets built. And so there have been a few cases I've noticed where PTC has been more bearish on a project than council ultimately was. Like top of mind, there's 70 Encina, there's the Academy, that teacher housing project in El Camino. And of course, we really, really value the debate. I think it's good that there's debate and disagreement on PTC because it helps us understand the issues. But how should we think about that dynamic and the potential risks that maybe projects that council might be changed too much in PTC, or how do we get the right alignment there?
Well, I think the key is that PTC is a recommending body, and we need to be clear about, as I said, one of the biggest things is making sure that the staff report accurately reflects what the discussion was about the PTC, right? Because sure, a 7-0, hopefully that gives you guys a really good signal that we all agree on this. But any amount of disagreement, I imagine that as you review things once they come to council, it's making sure that we know what that disagreement is about. I'm not quite sure what you mean about the PTC was more bearish. I think it's not so much the vote, right? Like 3-4, 4-3. It's that we need to adequately surface the issues as a recommending body.
Thank you. All right, well, thank you so much for applying. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Colleagues, we've made it to our last interview of the evening. We are 5 minutes ahead. Again, I thank all of our applicants for being here early because we are delighted. So, Mr. Watt, I believe it is your turn. Welcome, and please start in whatever manner you prefer.
Okay. Let me just give you a little bit of color on some of the information that was in my application. As I mentioned in the application, I've had a long career in the semiconductor industry, and I realized that doesn't really have any significant overlap with planning and transportation. But I think what is relevant is the experience I've had in managing large projects, especially over the last few years. I've been managing projects for DARPA in the US government, and that involves large staff, a lot of stakeholders, clients, subcontractors. These are budget and time-constrained programs, usually fixed cost, a lot of legal compliance issues. And we have to make pragmatic decisions on almost a daily basis in these programs. So I think that that's quite relevant for this role. In terms of my lived experience, I've been in Palo Alto for over 30 years. And that's all been in the south of Palo Alto. So some of it was in south of Midtown, some in Walnut Grove, which is just across the creek from Green Meadow, and currently in the Esther Clark Park neighborhood. So I think I bring a perspective that is somewhat limited on the commission right now. Another perspective I may bring, which I didn't mention in the application, but I think is relevant, that I visit Seattle quite often because I have some family there, and so I'm familiar with their transit-oriented development approaches and their outcomes. They're probably 10 or 15 years ahead of where Palo Alto is right now in terms of implementing transit-oriented development. So I think I can bring a perspective of having lived in that kind of environment. I'm on the board of the Palo Alto Historical Association. I don't really believe in preserving the city like it's a relic, though. I know from history that Cal Avenue is the original downtown of this area, more than 4 decades before Palo Alto existed. I would really like to see that be a much more vibrant urban village than it is right now. I guess with that, I'll let you ask any questions you have.
All right, thank you. Colleagues, who wants to take us home strong here? Councilmember Lowing.
Yeah, I'll start with one of your challenges that's in your application here, where you say that I've seen projects where extended process and repeated revisions did not necessarily produce better outcomes and believe that we can do better. Mm-hmm. And I also see below that you talk a lot about data-driven decisions. Right. Those are probably coupled. So can you give us examples of what ones didn't go better because they went too long? We discuss this all the time, so I'm interested in your perspective.
Well, most of my perspective on this is quite dated. I think back to the Hyatt Ricky's development. I think back to the Alma Lucky development, the pedestrian bridge across 101. I think that all of these went on for a very long time and didn't necessarily end up with the best outcome. I wasn't obviously directly involved.
But how would you stop that, I guess, is the question here.
Yeah, well, like I said, I come from a background that it's very data-driven, so I'm familiar with making decisions based on data. Often it's not complete data, it's incomplete data. But we can't let perfection be the enemy of good enough. We have to move forward, you have to make decisions, and there has to be a sense of urgency. So I believe that I can bring that mindset to the commission.
Okay.
Councilmember Lithcott-Haynes.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Dr. Watt. I found it very intriguing that you pointed out that you're on the Palo Alto Historical Society Association, and yet you don't want to see the city preserved as a relic. Then you cited Cal Ave's long ago history. Right. Could you, these are seemingly incompatible views. Often we think the people who choose to be part of the Historical Society do want to preserve things as relics. And so you've sort of offered something that feels orthogonal, and I wonder if you can just share with us what may be a more unique philosophy, certainly yours. How are you bringing these things that are seemingly in tension into greater balance?
Well, I am quite familiar with the history of Palo Alto. I was here last Monday. I was advocating for making the El Palo Alto Redwood Tree a California historical landmark. So I'm very familiar with history going all the way back to the Spanish expeditions back in the 1770s and earlier, and all the way up through more modern times. And I do believe in preserving historical elements and resources in town that are significant, like El Palo Alto and other things in town. But I believe in moving forward as well. And I do understand that there's a lot of people in the historical community who really do want to preserve things the way they are. I've seen that. I see it on social media a lot, where people bemoan anything that happens to change the character of the town. But I believe that we do need to move forward. We do need to provide more housing, more opportunities, and preserve key historical resources at the same time. I think we can do both.
Colleagues, any additional questions? Councilmember Rectal.
Yeah, thank you for applying. So what do you think of our housing element? What could we do better, and is it working?
I have to say, quite honestly, I haven't studied it in great detail, so I can't give you any specific suggestions. I did spend some time looking at the San Antonio Road area plan. I know that's coming to the PTC this week for further discussion. I think that's really a key component of bringing much-needed housing to the city. That's really a key area where there's a lot of opportunity to add housing. I think as everyone understands, it's very challenged, though, with transportation and mobility issues. It's relatively close to the San Antonio station, but there's large parts of it that are beyond the half-mile distance that's considered walkable. And I know, that SB 79 is coming our way very soon, and there's AB 2097 that's going to limit parking, that's going to impact that corridor. I think, for me, like I said earlier, I think that Cal Avenue is a great opportunity for adding more housing to the city. I know that there's this, builder's remedy project at the Molly Stones. I'm not necessarily in favor of such a tall development there, 17 stories. But I do think it's a great opportunity to add significant housing to that area, and I think it could help make it a very vibrant area. Beyond that, I like I said, I don't really have a great deal of detailed understanding at the moment of the entire housing element, but those, come of the areas that I'm aware of.
Okay, thank you.
Councilmember Liu.
Thank you. I appreciate your familiarity with some of the state laws, with some case studies in Seattle, your mention of the Molly Stones project. I'll ask the question that I asked earlier, and what opportunities do you see for transit-oriented development, and what do you think that could look like in downtown or Cal Ave?
Well, obviously, we have stations at, downtown Cal Ave and San Antonio. So I think there's the opportunity to add significant amount of housing in those areas, and it's going to be mandated by SB 79. So obviously we need to be prepared for that to happen and maybe proactively decide how we want it to happen, because it's going to happen one way or the other based on SB 79.
Colleagues, any other questions for Dr. Watt? Oh, I swear I didn't see it. Okay, Councilmember.
You said colleagues, any other questions? I have one if there's
Yes, please,
no one else is running.
Well,
you said Seattle's 15 years ahead of us, so it implies that you look at them and you look at us and you think there's, a delta. And can you give one or two examples of what you mean by that? And if you were involved in the PTC conversations, what you would be trying to urge us toward?
Well, my experience is from visiting my daughter there. She lives in the Roosevelt urban village, so I go there and I stay there, and I quite often don't have a car. So I understand how easy it is to get around there. They have a very good light rail system. You can go all the way from the airport, north and south. And, more than 10 years ago, 15 years ago, they understood that the light rail was coming to those areas. They were already urban villages, but they zoned them in a way, obviously, to promote high-density housing close to where the stations would end up being. The residents actually advocated for putting the stations in the middle of the urban villages, like in the Roosevelt area up there. So you'll see the high-density development happening near stations, and then they taper the height down through mid-rise and low-rise zoning out to the residential areas. I believe Washington State recently passed laws, though, that actually allow development even in residential areas up to 4 units per lot, up to 6 units if there's low income housing provided. I think overall it's been very effective. These are very vibrant urban villages. One of the challenges is parking. I think back in 2012, Seattle no longer mandated housing in these areas, and so it does create challenges. They implemented residential parking programs, which I think has helped, but it still is a challenge. But it's clear that the developers there understand that the market forces demand parking, and so many of them will do that. And so in the end, it works itself out based on the market forces, and I think it ends up with a very vibrant village that is, I think, is definitely a model that we should look at for learning.
All right. Well, thank you, Dr. Watt. Appreciate you applying, and we will, just for everyone to know, we will be voting on April 13th at a council meeting then. So that, I believe, takes us to the end of tonight's agenda. Thank you, everyone, and we are done, even a little ahead of schedule. So well done, all. We are adjourned.